So today we are going to be sculpting a new sculpture from a new reference, something a little bit different. Well, not that different. Kind of similar to the drawings that I've been doing during these live streams. A kind of a gymnastics type pose. And with this one I was thinking it would be cool. I've thought in the past about doing a design where the whole sculpture could be kind of encased or framed. So it's a 3D sculpture, but it's framed inside of a box. And that way it could like go up on a wall like a picture frame, but be a 3D sculpture. So that's something that I wanted to experiment with. Somebody says, hey, hello. And if you're watching live on YouTube, you can comment, you can ask questions if you have any. I'm going to be using this aluminum wire armature. Let's see. I do need to zoom out just a little bit. It's going to be a little bit larger. The sculpt is going to be a little bit larger than the one I was doing. So hopefully you guys will be able to see. And yeah, let's get right into it. So let's see, this is kind of a handstand pose. The hands above the head. Head is bent back quite a bit. And the spine as well. Legs coming up, forward. Feel like the shoulders are coming down a little bit more, and then the arms are straight. Let's do that. But this first part is just, I'm just capturing the pose, bending at the joints, trying to find everything. Hello, you are so creative. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But creativity is just, just borrowing from what other people have done. So in that sense, I'm not very creative, but I do try to borrow from, other good artists. So let's see, this is the wrist right here, so bending at the wrist. Same thing on this side, bending the wrist. Something. It's starting to resemble the reference, but I feel like the hips, let's see, or this spine is still coming this way more. Then maybe a little bit more. Very flexible. And then also I was thinking in the reference, her arms are pretty much at the same level, but I was thinking that something that might be a little bit more interesting is having one arm, kind of one arm more in front, one arm more behind, so that from the side view you can still see both arms. That's something that I just felt like I might want to change. And there's things that you can. There's almost always something you want to change. You don't want to copy the reference exactly, unless maybe you took the reference and it was the exact pose that you wanted. But if you're gonna have it be a work of art that can stand on its own, you usually want to think about how could I take what I'm seeing and make it just a little bit better. And I like this. Let's see, this foot coming across. Then the toes are pointed. So that means that the heel kind of stays where it's at. And the toes come around. Something like that. So almost like she's going to be walking on her hands. And then I also want it to look good from either angle. So with this, I wonder, would it look better? Back this one forward. I wonder if it would look better if I changed the pose. So, well, I don't know. I don't know if I want to change it that much. But something I'm thinking is maybe something, you know, like this, almost like and then having a frame around. I don't know. Let's do it a little bit closer to what we're seeing, and then we'll decide if we want to change it. We can always change it as it gets going. Okay. Somebody's asking, how long have you been sculpting for? I got into it in college, so it's been like 8 years, 9 years that I've been sculpting seriously. I did a little bit in high school, but just like one thing or one assignment. But yeah, I really got into it in college. I was gonna do pre-physical therapy, something that maybe would have been a little bit more practical, but then I just loved working with sculpture and being creative, and I loved art. I've always loved art, but I just didn't think I could make it work, and so now I'm just trying to make it work. Let's see, I'm gonna move this something like that. That feels pretty good. Okay, I have some clay that I've warmed up. Let me see if it's warm enough. Yeah. That I warmed up in the oven for a little bit. I just put it in a pan. Here's the pan. Oh, got an alarm. So I just put it in this pan and warm it up on the lowest temperature that the oven can go, which is like 170, but like 150 degrees is a little bit better. This gets a little bit too warm if I leave it in there for a long time. But then, you know, I have something that's a little bit softer, easier to work with, and it's great for these beginning stages where I'm just trying to cover the armature, which I'm going to be doing right now. Just a layer of clay over the whole armature, maybe just a little bit extra in these primary areas of the pelvis, the rib cage. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. And because it's the beginning, I can take bigger chunks of clay in areas where I know I've got plenty of space to build out the forms. I can take it and just wrap it around the armature, like I'm doing here. Somebody says, I like the new beard, rocking the new look. Oh, well, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, my wife prefers it as well, says I look better, which I probably do. It really changes the shape of your face. It is kind of, somebody says that, or I've seen it online, that a beard for men is kind of like makeup for women, where it's just changes your look quite a bit. Covers up any of those pesky imperfections that we all have. Though I wish, my beard's, it's not a particularly thick beard, especially up here on the sides, but it's, but I think it is better than my disgusting naked face in public. But right now I'm kind of letting it grow out, seeing like how long until it starts to bug me. I found that like the most annoying phase of facial hair is like, I think when it's just starting to grow in, it's like sandpaper, and then when you're just starting the beard, it's like very itchy and it's new, and so it's kind of uncomfortable. But then once you've had it for a little while, then then you just get used to it, and a little bit better. Yeah, I think beards are becoming more in style now. They were kind of out of style for a while. And there's a lot of institutions that had regulations against facial hair. In fact, even the church that I'm a member of, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, I think it currently, I don't know if it's an official policy, but it's kind of discouraged. And certainly if you're a missionary for the church, then they want you to be clean shaven. But I wonder if that'll change, because that's, it's not a doctrine, it's not a point of doctrine, it's just kind of a church policy currently. And then there's also like the military has a similar policy, and I wonder if they're going to start to change that, because I think that well, with regards to the military, beards actually help in combat, because if you're hit in the face, like you're in hand-to-hand combat and you're hit in the face and you have a beard, it actually does, it protects you a little bit. The hair helps prevent your jaw from breaking. So they suspect that people that have thick beards, their ancestors did more fighting, hand-to-hand combat type stuff. I don't know if that's true, but that's a speculation I've heard. And so there's an argument to be made for that in the military. Just a practical, like, safety argument that if you're in the military, you should be protecting yourself. And then in the church, I think there's also a moral argument to be made that I mean, our church, one of the things I love about it is it's all about family and marriage, strong marriage, and all of that. And so there's an argument to be made from that angle that some wives just prefer their husbands to have beards. Like, my wife thinks I look better with a beard. And so from that angle, you could say, well, isn't it kind of a moral imperative that the church encourage husbands to be attractive to their wives? So I think that there's also an argument to be made from that angle. So I'm becoming more pro beard as I more radicalized in the beard community. No, not really. But I do think I look better with a beard. So thanks, and I appreciate that. And that is I guess a tangent, maybe something I've been thinking about that is off topic. Though sometimes, in these videos, if you try to be talking the whole time, I've kind of decided, I don't have to be talking the entire time, and I'm comfortable with that. But maybe I should be, you know, maybe if I was more entertaining, I'm sure that these live streams would get more. But these live streams are not really about, you know, getting lots of views. It's just a way to keep myself consistent with daily sculpture, which I'd been kind of falling out of the habit because I'm just working on other things. I'm remodeling the house, and I'm, you know, editing, or I'm just doing other stuff, and I just didn't. If you don't make time for being creative, you fall out of the habit, and I don't think that that's a good thing. So this is my way of trying to get back into the habit. So yeah, I'm starting with the torso, building out the torso, and let's see. Now I'm coming down to the legs, just getting some rough, what I call the primary forms in place, rough estimations of the mass in those areas. Yeah, somebody says, never stop sculpting. You helped us get more into it. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I try to be a good example of staying up to staying in touch with those creative skills and stuff. And I enjoy it, you know, it's something I love. But it is difficult, you know. Life happens. If you don't make time for creativity, then you're not creative. Something that sometimes I'll tell the story of my grandmother, who's still alive. She's 95. Just had her 95th birthday, almost 96 now, coming up on that. But often when I see her, she expresses regret for not being more artistic in her life, because she loved drawing and painting, and then she never pursued it. And the excuse that she gave was, well, she just always had an excuse. So originally it was that one of her kids ate some of her paint, and then she didn't feel like it was safe to have the paints in the house, so she got the paints out of the house. And when I hear that, you know, I'm like, well, that happened 50 years ago. 50 years ago? Maybe 60 years ago. Yeah, 60 years ago. And your youngest moved out of the house, you know, 50 years ago or whatever it's been. I don't know. But all those years she's been able to find reasons not to do it. And it's too bad, because she was talented and she could have been a great artist, and she could have done that, and she let other things get in the way, which life will get in the way if you let it. So it's something that if you're serious about it, you have to prioritize. Even if you're doing other things, you know, if you're working or you got kids around. But I think, you know, art is one of the things that you can do with, even if you have a family, you have kids, and you're trying to be creative, you know, kids will do that with you. If they see that it's something that you like doing, then they'll start to mimic that and do it with you, and it can be something that you do together. And art is fun that way. Even if it doesn't become your job, which for the majority of people this will never be, you know, the way that they earn a living. Even the majority of people that are interested in the arts, you know, it's hard to make a living in the arts. But for those people, I'd say, like, well, that's fine. It's fine not to be a professional artist or to pursue it once you've retired. Like, that's totally fine. There are many other worthy occupations you could have. But if you are serious about it, just set aside time, even an hour a day, or like these half-hour sessions. You know, it's enough to do something. It's enough to get started. And this clay is starting to firm up. Once it becomes room temperature. It's a lot harder to manipulate. That's why I like warming it up. Let me see. So in this session, I might just get to the point where everything's covered with clay. Well, maybe I'll probably be able to get a little bit farther than that. A little bit further than that. This is something I like doing. I like these sculpture sketches, I call them, from a single photo reference. It's really helps you know where you're at. We're just going for simple shapes at this point. Cylinders, boxes, an egg shape for the rib cage, a roughed out head shape, but nothing complex. The head right now is just like the start of a head shape from this angle, and then it's just a flat, fairly flat from the other, from this side. It's just a thin piece of clay. So he's saying, hi, cool portrait you did in the last stream. Yeah, I liked how it was coming. I did the stream, maybe I did the stream too early. Maybe people weren't awake, because there was almost nobody during that last stream. In fact, there were sections where there was nobody watching, and I was just by myself, sculpting, alone in the world. But yeah, I liked how the portrait came along, which I was surprised, because the portrait's always tricky, and usually I really struggle with the portrait. But that one I was like, oh, hey, this is actually coming together in a way that looks decent. So that's always a pleasant surprise. And for the most part, almost all of those, sketching during live streams, well, I shouldn't say that. There are some turnout, I'd say. But I'm not as bad as I was expecting, because I haven't been drawing for a while, and it is one of those skills where if you don't do it, it goes away. Somebody says, sculpt Stewie Griffin. Well, I do take commissions if you're serious about it, but they start at $1,000. So you want me to sculpt a specific person, or do a specific sculpture for you? My commission started at $1,000. So, is it worth it? Is it worth that much to you to have me sculpt Stewie Griffin? In your experience, is drawing or sculpting easier? Let's see. Well, I'd say whatever you enjoy more is what's going to be easier, because you don't have to force yourself to be interested in it. So, I'd say, drawing, there are things about drawing that are easier. So you're just focused on one angle. If you're drawing something that's from an image, like you're drawing images, you're not doing a live drawing session, you're just drawing from an image, then the image has already been translated from 3D to 2D, so that's an easier thing than drawing from life. I'd say drawing from life is difficult. If you've never done a live drawing session, it's more difficult than you think, especially if you've worked a lot from photos. And then you go to a live session and things are it's just different. It's just a different approach. So I'd say sculpting from life is probably just a little bit easier than drawing from life for whatever reason. You're also able to just like hold up your sculpture directly to the model. You can just close one eye and look right at the model through your sculpture and get some like instant visual feedback on how the sculpture is going. And that is not as easy when you're drawing. You can't really do that with drawing. I mean, there's apps that'll do that, but I'm talking about a live model scenario. So if you're working from life, I'd say sculpting is just a little bit easier. But in general, sculpting is more difficult, like all around. Just like doing a finished sculpture takes a lot longer than a finished drawing. Sculpting is just one of those things that takes a while. Even like digital sculpting, which people are able to do a little bit faster, it's still often a very time-consuming process. You're just, you're drawing, but from every angle. So that's the tricky thing with sculpture. Is it just takes a while to develop everything from every angle. Or not everything, but the outline from every angle. Okay, so now, let's see. Got the arms. Let's go ahead and put some clay on the legs. Maybe I'll leave part of the legs uncovered without clay, because people always ask, oh, is there an armature under there? So I'll wait a little bit. Maybe I'll just do the upper legs and then do the lower legs later, maybe the next session. Because there's plenty to do before I need to worry about finishing that. And then I get when the clay gets firm and you're still trying to work it, I get like muscle cramps in my thumb because I'm just like squishing the clay. So this muscle in my thumb. That's where some people have said, "Oh, you have muscular hands." Well, I try to be in shape, but I think part of it is like sculpting just requires that you're kind of have strong hands if you like using a firmer clay, which I like. Soft clay is just too easy to mess up. And if I was handling like the sculpture with a softer clay, I'd be like squishing everything and messing things up. But with this one, I could pretty much do it without worrying about that. What is the part of the human body you dislike sculpting the most? That I dislike sculpting. Part of the body that I dislike sculpting. Let's see. It's an interesting question. I've heard like the question, what's the most difficult? But what's the part that I dislike? So those aren't necessarily the same thing. Let me think about that. So, I guess, wow, that's a question I haven't heard, and kind of, it's a different way of looking at it. What part of the body do I not like sculpting? I guess probably the back, The back is a area where I think it's the same for people that draw, where it's just, you're not as familiar with it, so it's kind of strange. And then, people generally don't spend a lot of time observing the back, and even, people that are looking at your sculpture, even if the back is perfect, it's not what's going to make or break your sculpture. But at the same time, I don't want anything to be off. So I want to make sure that all the muscles feel right and everything looks and works on the back. And so it's also a complex area. There's a lot of muscles and stuff, and unlike the torso, the front, that we are more familiar with, and that's, I think, a little bit easier to study. The back it's just not as fun, I guess you could say, or as interesting visually, though it is visually interesting. So, but I guess if I had to choose, there's not really any part of the body that I dislike. There's parts of the sculpting process that I dislike, so I'm not a fan of like texturing, getting everything perfectly smooth. Even with like stone sculpting, the sanding and finishing sculptures is just difficult. And like making a mold and casting, those boring parts of sculpting, they are. But you have to do it, you have to do those things. But they're not very fun. Let's see, I'm gonna try to get this rib cage a little bit more accurate. I feel like it's growing a little bit large. The female rib cage is smaller compared to the hips and compared to the rest of the body. And that kind of accentuates the hourglass shape that I want to have present in this. So I don't want the rib cage to become too thick. Let's see, I'm comparing the rib cage and the torso and the leg, this front leg, and trying to see how things are feeling. Somebody's asking, isn't the curve of the spine a bit too extreme? It could be. Yeah, it could be. But I'm not too worried about getting an exact replica of the reference image. More. Let's see. I am seeing that. So maybe I am seeing that where the glutes end is a little bit behind the head, and I have it a little bit too close, these two things. So I am going to adjust that, and then I'll soften this transition with adding some clay in here. I'm going to remove some clay here from the rib cage. I do feel like the rib cage is getting too big compared to everything else. Somebody says, okay, let's twist it up a bit. What is the most part of the human body, or what part of the human body do you like sculpting the most? Sculpting the most. I really like, the torso, the front part of the torso. On men or women is, I think, more interesting. The muscles of the torso. But I also like the difficult areas. So I like the as challenging as it is, I like the hands. I think they're very expressive. I like the portrait. Sometimes I don't, when they don't come together as fast or as easily as you want. But those are interesting areas that I think add a lot to the sculpture. So I do like those difficult areas. But torsos are also fun to sculpt. Let's see, now I'm just looking at the outline of the arm. And for relationships, the high points from this angle. Trying to find those. But yeah, I like the difficult areas, because when you do it well, then it's a lot more impressive than sculpting the easy areas. I'd say the torso generally is a little bit easier. The arms maybe a little bit easier, but the hands, the face, the portrait, those are the areas people look at to see if you actually know how to sculpt. And so those are fun challenges. And because everything is still thin, it's easy to make these high points a little bit disproportionate. Like, I want to move this high point of the muscles of the forearm. I want to move them up a little bit because of the thickness of the arm. But I just have to remember that everything is thin at this point. We want to keep things thin during these early stages so that we have some space for later on. And I think I do like the idea of doing one arm coming down, almost like she's walking. Let's see. I can still move things if some of the stuff needs to be rearranged, though as the clay cools down and firms up, it becomes harder to make big changes. And if this clay is room temperature, then it can start to actually crack and things. So then somebody's asking, do you sculpt mythical creatures like dragons or centaurs? I've done a dragon. I did a dragon on the main Proco channel before I ever did the figure sculpting fundamentals course, as a way to meet the team and kind of get some experience with them. That was before COVID, so we thought that what I was going to do was go to California to the Proco studios and film everything there. But then because of COVID, I filmed everything at my home, and I think it turned out being a good thing. But yeah, if you want to see me sculpting a dragon, it's kind of like a quick sketch. I think I had 3 days to do it, and it was kind of just a fun sketch. They thought a dragon from from, what is the series? What is it called? It's a series with the dragons. Game something? Game of Thrones, I think is what it is. But then after I felt bad, just because, I was sculpting. I as you could tell, I wasn't a big fan. I haven't even watched Game of Thrones, so I wish I would have done something that I was more interested in. So I have done it, but I'm not that interested in mythical creatures. Maybe a centaur I would be more interested in, because it's humanoid. But things that are like animals or plants or other things, they just don't interest me as much. So I wish for that first sculpture with Proco I would have done something figurative, even if it was like a something, a character or something. But it was good. It was a good experience, and it was good to meet Stan's team and Stan Prokopenko and all of that. That was crazy, yeah. That was and that was, when I did that, I went to, they were willing to fly me down and pay for the hotel and things to see if I would be a good fit with working for Proco to do the figure sculpting course. And when I did that, like, I flew down, but I had like no money. So even like I took maybe I had like $50. Maybe I had like $50 in the bank or something. But I couldn't buy food while I was there. I brought some snacks because we knew that I wouldn't be able to. But I had like some candy bars and things, and it was going to be like 2 or 3 days. And but I mean, Stan didn't know this, and nobody knew this, but then I was blessed, because the first day, Stan was like, "Here, let's go to lunch, and I'll get you lunch." So he bought lunch for me, and that was like, I don't know if he realized, but if he hadn't have done that, like, I wouldn't have been eating lunch that day. Like that was like my food. That was my food ration, and I saved some of it to have it for dinner as well, because I knew I was going to be hungry later. And then there's like people that like brought bananas and some granola bars into the office, and I was like, "Hey, are these up for grabs?" Like, just because I was like, I was a poor, recently married student, very little income. I think at the time I was working as a waiter, and most of the income was from tips, but I was only working part-time and going to school full-time, and so it was just a crazy time. And I got a headache when I went down to do that. So I was like, I wasn't even filming for very long, but the first day I got a pretty bad headache. I don't know if you'd call it a migraine, but it was a bad headache. And I was like, what is going on? So I was hungry. I was not feeling very good, physically. And, but you know what? I just manned up and tried to do the best I could in the situation that I did. The sculpture, you can go and you can look at the sculpture on the main Proco channel if you just type in dragon or Game of Thrones dragon or something like that. And it's fine, it's nothing spectacular. It was kind of fun to do. But that meeting allowed me to work on the on the course, and Stan felt good about doing a full course, and so that's why I'm able to be here doing this stuff that I still enjoy. And the money, the majority of my money comes from that online course, the figure sculpting fundamentals course and the portrait sculpting course and the hand sculpting course. That's like the majority of my income. And it's not a spectacular amount of money. I think like last year, if you averaged it out over the whole year, it was maybe like $2,500 a month, something like that, in US dollars, which, is becoming less and less with inflation and everything. Everything's getting more expensive. And if I was able to maybe market better or have a little bit higher sales, then I probably would still be in Utah, because right now we moved to Iowa because Utah was getting like crazy expensive, and we had a goal as a family to get our first home. So, but because I was working for Proco, I was able to look at houses all over the country because I wasn't tied to a job, and none of my income was coming from like a job I had in Logan. So I was really able to look all over, and we found what I think is a good deal. It was a farmhouse in Iowa, and I wouldn't have been able to do that, if the course didn't give me some freedom to be able to move wherever. And but if you are able to move, people talk about how expensive everything is, and that's true. But our budget for our first home was, I think it was $95,000, what we were qualified for. Which, I mean, in Utah, there's nothing. You can't even get a mobile home in Utah for that. Like, you can't get anything in Utah. Well, maybe you could get a mobile home, but you'd still be paying rent basically to wherever you're parking the trailer, if you get a trailer home or whatever. So, we made some sacrifices. We left. I was living close to my mom and my brothers, and so we moved away from there and took an adventure and came to Iowa. But it's been good, it's good to, I think, be paying off a mortgage rather than renting. Even though what I didn't understand when you have a mortgage is like almost all of the money from the first part of the mortgage goes to interest. Like almost none of it. So you're paying like whatever it is. Ours currently, once you pay for insurance and everything else, ends up being like $800 a month, something like that. Which I'm sure, depending on where you live, that sounds great. But what I didn't understand is that like 770 is going towards interest or whatever it is. Or maybe of that 800, I think 500 is like towards the mortgage. And of that 500, what is it? It's like 480 is going towards interest, and then $20 a month is going towards paying off the principal. So that's just how they're structured, these loans. So yeah, it's been an adventure. It's been interesting, but if you are willing to make some sacrifices, you can have a lot of the things you want. You can't have everything you want ever, because you always want things you don't have. Well, unless you're extremely satisfied with what you have, which is a great thing. But yeah, so that's some thoughts on that. Let's see. Somebody's asking, how many siblings do you have? I have five brothers and one older half brother, and then three younger sisters. So there's from my mom, there's 9, and my 3 sisters are from her second marriage after my father passed away. and then my father had one older, so I have an older half brother that was from a previous marriage. So that's six brothers from my mom and dad, and then on my dad's side there's one, my oldest brother, half brother, and then 3 sisters, half sisters, from my mom and stepdad after my father passed. So that is kind of the family. And yeah, so most of my brothers are still in Utah. I have one brother, the one that's just younger than me, so about a year younger than me. He works as in Border Patrol in Texas, and so he's the only one that's outside of Utah. Though my other younger brother might be going around the country. He's working as an arborist, cutting down trees, and I think during the winter his company's gonna ship him somewhere else, where it's warmer. But I'm not sure about that. But I think they're all mostly in Utah. But Utah is so, rent and the real estate is so expensive. I don't know what my other siblings are going to do to try to get their own houses. So yeah, I come from a big family. I like big families. They're not as common now as they used to be. Everybody used to have lots of kids, but now, a lot of those kids didn't survive because life was hard. People talk about, life's too hard now to have kids. It's like, life's not hard now. Life was hard. Life was hard for everybody. And you had kids, a lot of them, about half of them would probably die before they're 10 or whatever. And so life was hard. Now, people are like, I can't bring my kids up into this world. It's like, what world? Like the safest world that we've ever had? The safest, most prosperous, richest world that's ever existed in human history? So, I guess that's my attitude. If you're considering, like, should I have kids? Yes, you should have kids. People, we need the next generation. It's a good thing. A lot of people are putting it off. But my kids are the best part of my life right now. There's nothing better. I've got 4, 2 girls, 2 boys, and they are my world. Somebody says the bigger the better. Yeah, I agree. I like big families. Let's see. So I'm just kind of just moving things around, trying to feel things out. I feel like I still have a little bit too much mass on the rib cage. I'm going to come in with just a butter knife and push away some clay. Try to thin out this area. Same thing right here. We want to keep things thin during these beginning stages. Make sure we have enough space to add the clay. So if I feel like things are getting too thick, I'm going to come in and try to thin things down. Same thing on this back side. the back area. And I wanted, like, maybe I want to exaggerate the thinness. I mean, this person has a very thin, look at how thin the rib cage is compared to the thickness of the leg. The rib cage is almost thinner than the leg. And I want to include that. I want that almost is like it's a very rare thing to have a rib cage that small. But I want to make sure I'm not losing the part of what makes this pose really interesting. Kids are the best motivator to strive for better. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you know, people that have kids, they tend to make more money. They tend to do better in life because they have to. You know, because they, you know, most guys, you know, they can live off of. They don't need a lot, you know, to live off of. But once you have a family, then you have to make it work. And and I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying having kids is easy, but it is worth it. It's definitely worth it. But easy and worth it are two different things. Usually the hardest things are the things that are worth it. Exercise, you know, is hard. Being fit is hard. Waking up early, you know, doing the things that you know you should be doing, all of that is hard. It's difficult. The easy stuff, that just comes naturally. We don't have to force ourselves to be interested in the easy stuff, in the stuff that just comes from comes naturally. The natural man. That's the easy stuff. Now I'm coming to this back side, or I mean, I should say, like, this is the view I have. I have this angle, so I want to try to capture it as accurately as possible from this angle, and then I want to make sure that this angle blends nicely with this angle right here, from front to back. So the side view has to blend nicely with the front to back view, and have to figure out ways to do that feel right. Okay. Well, again, if you guys are interested in sculpting, I hope you will check out the links in the video description. There's a figure sculpting course that I highly recommend. That's where I recommend people start. If you're just like, I don't really know where to start, start with the figure sculpting fundamentals course. There's also a free PDF, so even if you don't have the financial resources, which is totally understandable, to purchase and join the full premium course, you can start with the free stuff. So those free video, or that free PDF, there's a link for that in the description. And you can download that, and it has links to all of the free lessons, and it's like an assignment checklist. So you just go through, watch the video lesson, do the assignment, and then you can upload it at Proco.com by creating a free account. If you'd like to do that, I encourage you to do that. And I try to give critiques to people that take the time to upload their assignments over at Proco.com. Even if you haven't purchased the course, I try to take the time to do that every once in a while. So I'm not there all the time, but so there's those PDFs. There's a free PDF for the figure sculpting course and the portrait sculpting course, and those PDFs are a great place to start. And then once you're ready to commit to the full course, then I hope you'll get that and join that course, and that helps me out immensely. And then there's also the ebooks that I have: An Artist's X-Ray Vision One's on the male figure, one's on the female figure. They're both great resources. They have a lot of visual, like diagrams, drawn over reference images to help you see more like an artist and think more like an artist. So purchasing those ebooks, I just switched over to Gumroad, so those should be available. If you go on my older videos, I think the link is not where I am selling those anymore. It's a different link. So you have to go to all, if you click the all links, if you go to that link, which just says all links, then it'll have the updated version on that page that's like a link tree page. So I hope you'll check those things out. It really helps me out, and I really appreciate anybody that does that. It's a huge blessing that I can do something that I love so much, and that people all over the world can benefit from what I'm trying to do, which is just help people get better at sculpting. And I think sculpting is a really fun, enjoyable, and worthwhile endeavor. I think becoming great at anything is worthwhile. So that's my goal, is just to help as many people as I can become great at sculpting. I think I'm going to leave this here for now, about right here. It's feeling like a good start. Let's see. It's got a ways to go, but I'm liking the start of this, and I'll try to work on this during a couple live streams. So this will be a couple live stream sessions, just like we did for this bodybuilder, where we did some live stream sessions. We'll do the same for this, and keep working on it until I get it maybe to around this stage. But this one, because it's a little bit larger, it goes a little bit slower. So it will take a couple sessions. All right, thank you guys for watching. Again, I hope you check out those links. If you have any questions or any thing you'd like to see in future videos, I hope you'll reach out and let me know. As always, I hope you can stay creative and stay productive, and hopefully I'll see you again soon in another video. Okay, welcome to today's live stream. Today is January 9th, 2025, and I'm going to be continuing my work on this figure. Also wanted to, so we're here on YouTube, but I also wanted to try to see if I could stream on Instagram as well. So we'll see if we can get both of those going, and that way got more chance for comments and things. Let's see. So if you guys have any questions, please let me know. If you're watching on YouTube, I'll try to keep my eye on the comments, and we will just continue building out this sculpture. Let's see, let me try to get something where I can see. And then if you're watching on Instagram, you can also ask questions, but try to do it using the little question button so that it saves the question. Otherwise, it just kind of scrolls past and questions get lost. Let's see, I'm just going to grab some clay that I've warmed up just a little bit, and let's see, and I'll just get to sculpting. So I think now, well, let's see. Somebody on YouTube says your microphone is cutting out, unless it's just me. Let's see, it might be the that this is getting in the way. I have the laptop and I'm just using the audio from the laptop. I tried to figure out how to do the audio from the microphone because it's better audio, but I still haven't been able to figure that out. So still having some technical issues with that. Hopefully I'll be able to figure that. I need to devote some time to updating the setup that I'm using for these live streams, to make sure that the audio and everything is a little bit better quality, but for now this will just have to do. And so I think I can go ahead and just continue with what I was doing before, building out the forms and start to kind of invent information, because we only have this single photo reference that I'm working from. So basically all of the sculpture will have to be invented. Let's go ahead and cover up the wire armature that we have here on the feet. I like to start with aluminum wire armature. And the clay I'm using is Chavant NSP clay, medium firmness, and it's great for reusing and mold making. It's not a clay for firing in a kiln, but it does work for these types of maquettes or sculpture designs. That's what I like it for. And for practice, it's great. Let's see, is the audio still cutting in and out on YouTube? Can't tell. But whether it is or whether it isn't, we'll have to just deal with it. And then as I'm laying in this clay, I just want to make sure that the gesture of the leg is following the typical gesture, that I'm not messing up the where the leg should be moving, how it should be moving through space from the front and from the side. Let's see, I put this calf muscle down a little bit. We're trying to just get a rough shape, but keeping things thin at this point. Feeling tired today. I don't know why. Just mentally drained. That's the thing about these live streams, is it can be a little bit draining. Though I think I just have to get used to the swing of it, and or the schedule of it. And I also changed my sleep schedule, trying to wake up a little bit earlier, so that's probably also what I'm dealing with. It's a new year. We're trying to get those New Year's resolutions in before we abandon them in February. Somebody says, I think it's easier if you turn the model 180 degrees to work on the anatomy while streaming and not upside down, maybe. Sorry for my poor English. Yeah, maybe. But right now I'm trying to observe the reference and compare the reference to the model, and the reference is upside down, so that's why I'm doing that. But at some point I'll I'll be moving things around. As I'm laying in, you can see where I've laid in this line of clay, where I'm going for the silhouette from this view. And I want to, actually, maybe I want to push that in even a little bit more. But I want to think about, like, where is that high point going to be from this side? And with the glutes, it's actually closer towards the center than it is towards the outside. And then I try to lay that clay along where the high point would be on this side, that silhouette that I'm seeing. Because the silhouette isn't always, if you do it right in the middle, you know, right in the middle of here is where the crease is for the bum. So if I did that, then that wouldn't make sense. But you want to kind of be thinking about, like, where's the high point? And then this glute will be stretched quite a bit more because of how the legs bent. So I'm trying to think about these things as I'm laying in pieces of clay. I'm always in a hurry, here to learn patience from you. Well, yeah, I'm probably not the best person to teach patience. I'm also often in a hurry. I'm in a hurry to get things done, and I rush and rush until life's no fun. All I really gotta do is live and die, but I'm in a hurry and don't know why. Doo-doo, bow-wow-wow. There's a version of that song that's like a cappella by somebody. Anyway, we used to listen to that all the time when I was little. Can't be late. My car has nothing to prove. It's not new. But it'll do 0 to 60 in 5.2. Okay, so just trying to get a rough idea of what's going on in the masses before I add the details. Oh, there's the family. Hey, can you close the door, please? I'm doing a video, so can you close the door, please, Rachel?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Daddy, we're here.
Hey.
We go to the library.
Nice. How long have you been working with clay? Somebody's asking. I've been sculpting for about, I guess, 8 years or so. More seriously into sculpting for the last 8 years. Hello, hello. The stream is so dope. I'm an artist myself, and anatomy is super hard, so doing it with clay must be wild. Also, the algorithm brought me here to keep up the good work. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm trying to be more consistent with these live streams. And do them daily. So every weekday, I'll try to do a live stream. One for drawing, because that was one of my New Year's resolutions, was to get better at drawing. And one for sculpting. So one a day. And then my hope is that with some of the live streams, I'll also be recording them, and then I can cut those into shorter, more condensed videos, more edited videos after, and that way I can just produce more content in general. So yeah, that's a plan. And if you're interested in learning how to sculpt, be sure to check out my sculpting courses that you can find in a link in the description of the YouTube video, or if you're on Instagram, you can find that in my bio. There's a link tree that has all my links. My ebooks as well are a great resource for just figurative art in general. But my sculpting courses are, that's the main focus, my main focus, and where I think a lot of people could benefit from if you're interested in learning figurative sculpture using traditional clay. Everybody's digital sculpting now, but I'm still holding to the old ways of traditional clay. There's something about working with your hands that's a little bit superior, in my opinion. Not that there's anything wrong with digital. Digital's fun as well. Somebody's saying, 8 years in, did you ever think of quitting sculpting? Because many times I get frustrated. How do you control the emotions and focus? Please advise. Have I ever considered quitting? Yeah, all the time, because, it's hard to make doing anything creative, it's hard to make a good living. So it's been, and I've not been immune from that. So artists, it's hard to monetize creativity, anything creative in general. So I've definitely considered, am I even doing the right thing? Shouldn't I be, maybe I should do something that's more practical, more reasonable, something that is easier to monetize. And, maybe I should. That's still an open question. So I've definitely considered it, but maybe I'm just stubborn that I haven't given up, or I don't know. But somebody was saying, just the fact that you're still doing art after graduating, years after graduation, means that you've succeeded, because most people, they get an art degree and then they go and they do something completely unrelated because it is difficult to monetize. So, and that's not something I don't lie to students about that. That's, if you're going into sculpting, if you're learning this skill of sculpting, then it's a difficult thing to monetize. So just be aware of that. And that doesn't mean that it's impossible. And I'd say it's easier to monetize sculpting now in the age of the internet and worldwide commerce. You can find an audience. It's easier to sell your sculptures now than it ever has been, because we have more resources at our fingertips. But that doesn't mean it's easy. There's a lot of other things that you could sell, or that you could be doing, that would be easier to monetize. So don't be under the illusion that sculpting is easy. The technique side is not easy. It's not easy, learning anatomy and all of that. Right now I'm thinking about the anatomy of the chest, the pectoralis major, how that transitions up into the shoulders. So there's a lot with anatomy. There's a lot to learn. There's also a lot to learn from the sales side of things, marketing. And that's why, after graduation, everybody was going towards, a lot of people just go into teaching. I could have done that. I like teaching. I mean traditional teaching, like in a college or in a high school or something, like an art teacher. A lot of people that are in the arts at all are doing that, but I didn't want to do that. I didn't like how art education was structured in those places, so I tried to do my own thing online, and I'm still trying to make it work. I still have to plug my stuff, because I'm not rolling in money or anything like that, but I'm doing my best to provide for my family and help people learn about something that I've found valuable and that I'm passionate about. And I'd say that that's, a lot of people don't get that. So I'm very fortunate in that way. But if I was if it was a more financially lucrative career, then I'd probably still be in Utah. With close to family in Utah. It's a nice area, but we had to move to Iowa because we wanted a house, and it's cheaper over here, so we made sacrifices. So there's a push and pull, and there's sacrifices to be made, whatever you're going to do. So just be aware of that. How many hours do you spend spend each day on sculpting? Well, it depends on what I'm working on. So if I have a commission or something, then I'll devote more time to it. But right now, these live sculpting sessions are like my main sculpting time of the day. So it's really just like, you know, an hour a day, half an hour to an hour a day of sculpting. At least that's what it's been for this little bit, because I kind of got out of the habit because I was working so much on, I'm remodeling a barn on the property to be a sculpture studio. So a lot of my time and attention has gone towards that. But I didn't want to, you know, get rusty with the skills that I've worked so hard in developing. So this is me trying to keep up with those and continue to build those skills of drawing and sculpting. So right now, that's currently it. I'm just sculpting like an hour a day during these live streams, but that might change. I have possibly some commissions coming up, so if that happens, then I'll be, I don't know, maybe I'll do those during live streams too, but I might do it different, so we'll have to see. But it doesn't take, you know, if you're consistent, if you're doing it every day, it doesn't take a crazy amount of time. Most of us, you know, if you're on Instagram or on YouTube, and, you know, most of us spend a couple hours on social media at least. So if you're willing to spend just a little bit less time on that, or while you're on Instagram or on YouTube, you know, you're doing something creative, you have some clay that you're working with, making your own sculptures, and if you just do that regularly, you can improve pretty fast. You can get better pretty fast, especially if you purchase my online courses and join them, my premium courses, and then do those assignments. Even if you don't, even if you just, there's also, I have a PDF, so if you're interested in sculpting but you don't want to purchase like a full online course, you don't have the financial ability to do that right now, then you can get the free PDF, and that has links to all of the free video lessons. And it's an assignment checklist, so you just go through, watch the free video, do the assignment, check it off, go to the next one. And it's a great resource as a way to learn and like have some specific things to work on daily. If you struggle with coming up with ideas, which I know some people do, that's not everybody's struggle, but let me see. I'm going through Instagram and seeing if I missed any questions. If I did, just let me know. Doesn't look like I missed anything, so how do you balance personal life, sculpting, gym, and social life? Well, a lot of it's just having a schedule. So right now, I was mentioning that I'm trying to change my schedule, wake up a little bit earlier. So as of right now, I try to wake up at 5:30, and then I do like personal prayer and scripture study from the Bible, the Book of Mormon, Doctrine and Covenants, those scriptures that are part of my religious observance. And then I'll go to the gym and exercise, and that's usually about an hour. And then I come back and either do a live stream in the morning or just like have breakfast. We have breakfast as a family. And then I'll do the live streams. So one for drawing, because I want to get better at that, and one for sculpting. And then after that, after I get those things out of the way, I try to do something to improve the home, because we live in kind of a fixer-upper home. So whether that's plastering or adding some new outlets or whatever it is, something to improve the home. And then also something to improve the sculpture studio that I'm trying to turn into the barn into a sculpture studio. So that's kind of how I break down the day, and I just try to give blocks of time for each of those things that I'm working on. Also video editing, so some days I'll need to spend more time video editing. And then I just have like a list of what I want to accomplish for the day or for the week, the videos that I want to create, and I'll try to do like one more edited video on my personal YouTube channel, and I also want to do more sculpting content for the Proco 3D channel. So I need to get into a habit of making content for that as well. But that's part of these live streams, is that I can use hopefully some of this footage for that, for the more edited content. Let's see, ran out of clay. Let's grab some more. So balance is really like, figuring out what your priorities are. What would you like to do if you could have the ideal day? Like if you could design your day so that it was exactly how you wanted it to be, what would that look like? For me, I get a lot of that. So all the meals, I get to have all the meals with my family. I work from home, so I get to be around the kids, and that's important to me. I like exercising and staying fit, and I'm able to do that every day with the local gym that's here in town. And I'm working on improving myself and improving my home and making a new studio. And so I'm able to do all of these things that are exciting and interesting, and it, having a rigid schedule, it doesn't have to be too rigid, but it can get monotonous. So maybe switching it up every once in a while is good. But I think if you can just have a good schedule that you're able to keep, where you prioritize those things that are important to you, if you can do that, then you're doing pretty good. I know a lot of people, like maybe you work, you have a full-time job, you're working outside of the house and doing other things, and so you have to figure out, like, with your free time, how do you want that to be spent? And for me, a big thing is like cutting down. I'm sure most people are in the same boat. I want to cut down on social media. You start scrolling and then hours pass, and it's like, where did that time go? And that's not wasting time is a big part of just being productive. It's hard though, or it can be hard to not waste time. Let's see. Eventually I'll need to secure this somehow so that it's not, that it doesn't keep moving around too much. Let's see. I'm trying to make sure that the gesture of the leg looks good from the back. And this kind of, the understanding the gestures, the primary gestures of the leg from the front view, from the back view, that's really helpful when you're getting into anatomy and kind of trying to invent things like I'm doing. Like, I only have one reference, so I'm inventing almost everything. So I have to know, like, what does the average leg look like from the back, from the front view. And a helpful resource is my ebook, An Artist's X-Ray Vision. There's one on the male figure and one on the female figure. You can find links to those in the description. And what it goes over is just helpful visuals to help you remember, like, those averages, like what the gestures to look for from the side view, from the front view, from the back. And those can be really helpful when you're inventing poses. So I encourage you to look into that if you're interested in getting better at that. And it's a tricky skill. inventing, being able to invent, because we're complicated. People are complicated. So he says, I'm an artist and have 2 kids. It's hard to work at home. Well, that is definitely, it can be the case. Yeah, that is hard. So you have to figure something out. So you have to, like, set a time, you know. Right now is art time. And it's hard, especially when the kids are little, you know. The age of my kids, we have a 1-year-old, a 2-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 7-year-old. So, you know, it could be hard, but if you're consistent and if you say, you know what, right now is art time, and so they get, and that's all they have to do, and if they get into a schedule, you know, that schedule can be established fairly early. You know, maybe not when they're 1 or 2, but, you know, kids can do things with you more than people realize. A lot of the time people think, oh, I have kids, so I can't do this while my kids are around. But you just, you know, if you're able to teach them how to engage with that time and how to have their own projects going, and then they can, you know, see what you're doing and kind of copy it and work on their own things, and you really can. So I'd say don't let kids be an excuse for not following through, because that's something that my grandma did. Talk about her sometimes, that she allowed her kids to be the reason that she didn't pursue art, and when her kids grew up and moved out of the house, then she found other reasons. So it wasn't the kids, it was just that she didn't prioritize it. She didn't make that time essential in her schedule, and she regrets it. You know, she regretted not pursuing art more. She wishes that she would have done that. But even now, you know, she comes up with, you know, she's 95 and still says, oh, I wish I could get back into art. So there's always going to be something. But if it's a priority, then you just have to figure out how to work around those somethings. But it's definitely understandable. You know, art's difficult. It's not an easy thing to do. But if you realize that it's not easy, then you set yourself up to take on a challenge, to take on something difficult. And then you don't get as frustrated when things don't go your way, you know, instantly. You're able to deal with that time and effort that's required. Is art a beautiful or difficult journey? Please share your personal experience. Beautiful or difficult? Well, I'd say that those aren't contradictory. You know, something can, in fact, you know, usually the most beautiful things are difficult. You know, I mean, just for example, you know, exercise. Exercising regularly is difficult, especially if you're exercising in a way that's productive, which means that you're pushing yourself to your limit, and you're forcing yourself to grow, and you're forcing yourself to go right up to where you can't do anymore. You know, that's where you see the most growth with exercise, with your physical muscles. But that makes you, that work, that effort, that difficulty makes you more beautiful. Like it changes you and makes you more attractive, because that work like shows through in your in your physique. And the same thing is true of art. You know, it's hard, it's difficult. It's difficult, but that's part of what makes it beautiful, is that, you know, we recognize, oh wow, there was a lot that went into becoming proficient, becoming a master at this or that craft. And if you do things that are meaningful and sculpt things that you're interested in, or draw or paint or whatever your creative outlet is, if you spend time doing those things that you find worthwhile, then the difficulty is worth it. It's worth the pain. Vale la pena, as you would say in Spanish. It's worth the pain. What is your inspiration? Well, I'm inspired by, this is a photograph. Currently, this is, I believe it's by John Barrett. That's who shared it. So a photographer that took a picture of a gymnast or maybe it might be an acrobat. It might be. I don't remember exactly. But so this photo, I was like, oh, that's a very interesting pose. I like acrobats, gymnasts, ballerinas, those I find very inspirational. You know, bodybuilders for the male physique, bodybuilders or male gymnasts, and others I think are very inspirational. And then just other artists. I try to follow artists, especially on Instagram, that are that make me think, oh wow, I wish I could do something like that. Like I would be happy if I was able to produce something that looked like that. So if your feed isn't full of people that are just a little bit better than you, then I think you should follow some people that inspire you, meaning that they make you want to push yourself a little bit further than where you're at. What are some career essentials for a student aiming to become a sculptor? Learn about business and marketing. Learn about, if you're becoming an artist, then you are your business. You are the business. You're the salesperson. You're the marketer. You're the brand. So learn about those things. Don't be shy. I'd also say take social media seriously, because whatever you do, it's helpful to have a presence on social media, and kind of people just expect that now. So create things on social media, beautiful works of art and things that you can be proud of as part of your portfolio, and share those things. And so those are the things that come to mind right now. Now my kids are 6 and 9, and things seem to be going better. I opened my studio 10 years ago in Como, Italy. Oh, well, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. If you can have a studio space, a space to work is very valuable. So that's why I'm trying to turn the barn on the property into a proper studio, because having a space that it's just for creativity is really helpful. It's really helpful to have a space dedicated to being creative, an environment where that's just what you do. Same thing with going to the gym. That's one of the reasons that I hesitate to invest in trying to make a home gym, though I might do that eventually. But even with a home gym, you want to have a space for it. So usually it's a garage or something like that. but it's not, it's not the living room where the TV is, because there's so many distractions. And if you have a place where you can limit distractions and just have a place to focus on what you're doing, then that's going to be really valuable. So yeah, I would say that's something to think about, having your own studio space. So I'm taking little pieces of clay, taking those and then trying to lay them along the direction of the muscles that I know are there, and I can remember where the muscles are, and then just kind of spread it out. And I can clean things up later, but for now I'm just like looking at the silhouette or outline from each angle and trying to make that silhouette more attractive, better looking. Will you start your sculpture school once you complete your workshop? Yeah, that's the plan. In fact, I need to start selling basically spots for some workshops that I have coming up. So I'll be doing some workshops in the summer. So if you're interested, be sure to message me. You can message me on Instagram or send me an email or something and just say, hey, I'd be interested in knowing more about your workshops. And just keep an eye on my social medias, and because I do want to do some in-person workshops for sculpture. So if you're interested in that, if you'd like to come and sculpt with me directly and that in my own studio space and everything, then just watch out for that. It should be coming up this year. 2025 is a great year to start. It's a great year to start just because of the number 2025. So yeah, that is something that's partly why I'm doing the studio space, a place to work and then also a place to have some in-person workshops. So I will be devoting more time towards that in the coming months. So watch out for that. And you can follow, let's see, I'm trying to move over to Gumroad from Patreon. A lot of my stuff was on Patreon, and I had some other things in different locations. So if you're interested in supporting and helping out the page, then I'll have some subscriptions and a private Facebook page for people that want to support and want a little bit of extra community. So those are some things to be aware of and keep an eye out for as I'm working on those. Who says, hello everyone, wow Andrew, that's very dynamic, wonderful energy, much respect. Well, thank you, I appreciate that. That's a comment from YouTube. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, this was a great pose, so I found this pose. I tried to save poses, inspiration. Somebody was asking about inspiration. I try to save inspirational poses on Instagram and just have a pose library, something to work from for practicing drawing as well as sculpting. And so that's another thing that I'd recommend people do. Don't just be mindlessly scrolling, be collecting things that will inspire you in the future. And that way you have a collection of references to draw from. So he says it's so rare to see that, talking about the energy and dynamic movement of the sculpture. Yes, pictures are so important, right? Somebody says this only has my like, it's free. Oh yeah, if you're liking the video, then you can hit like on YouTube. And I don't know, is there something similar on Instagram? I don't remember. But yeah, like the video, subscribe to my YouTube channel. I do these live streams every weekday. I'm trying to do that as my New Year's resolution. So if I've stopped, then you gotta get after me and be like, hey, what happened to live streams? You said you were gonna do it every day. What's happening? Somebody says, beautiful. Thank you. Appreciate it. Somebody says, I really like the bodybuilder you sculpted a few days ago. Oh yeah, that's there in the background. That was awesome. Yeah, this was fun. This was the bodybuilder guy, and I might be taking that design and doing it a larger sculpture in that style. I wanted to do a sculpture of either Samson from the Bible, or maybe Hercules. And so maybe adding a shield and a sword, like a sword for the arm that's behind him, and then a shield, and doing a larger scale sculpture of that I thought would be cool. So we'll have to see if that turns into something, or I might do something different. So I'm not committing to anything, but it does help to have these maquettes, these designs, because then you have something to draw from. You have a resource that you can tap when you have a project, something that you've already thought about and worked through some of the details on. There's my like, somebody says. Good evening, Andrew from the UK. Oh, well, good evening. It's, I guess it's afternoon here. 1 o'clock where I'm at, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Just getting close to when we usually have lunch, so I'll probably do lunch pretty soon. What are we at? 47? So yeah, we'll do about another 10 minutes or 15 minutes. Hour-long session. And then that'll be today's session. The face, I'm just trying to do a simple head shape, not getting into any of the details yet. Trying to keep it thin towards the front plane of the face. I like to do this kind of wedge shape or axe shape, very thin at the front, and then it gets wider towards the back. The widest point of the head is towards the back, so that way we have something to build the facial features on top of once we get to that stage. Any advice in increasing speed and efficiency when sculpting? Yeah, do these like gesture studies. Use soft clay, and then just do like an hour, or half an hour, and working smaller will be faster. So like this bodybuilder guy, that was a really small sculpture, but I was able to do it pretty fast because of the scale and working with a soft clay. So soft clay, set a time, and then just keep moving. Take less breaks in between each piece of clay that you're putting in, and you'll get a little bit worse. It probably won't be as accurate at first, but then as you build up that speed, you'll just get better and better. So let's see. Somebody's saying. Let's see. Okay. Did you say you're planning to do live Instagrams every day? Well, right now the lives are on YouTube. Today is the first day that I've shared the lives on Instagram as well. But I'll try to do that. I'll try to do that. I'll try to share it on Instagram. I also, there's like a software that you can get to share it on multiple places at once. So I need to look into that. I need to look into making it a little bit easier so I don't, because right now I just have my phone over here, and then over here is the camera that I'm filming for YouTube, but it makes it a little bit trickier when you have to do multiple devices, and so I need to figure out a way to keep it simple. But yeah, I'll try to share my live streams on Instagram as well. But YouTube is a little bit better quality, and you can see a little bit more. Good afternoon from Montana, somebody says. Somebody says, use a model that helps with speed. Yeah, if you're sculpting live, you know, from a live model, then you're going to go faster because you're paying that model, and it's expensive. So, and every second you waste is costing you money. So if you hire a model, or if you're paying for a model session with some other people, then that is a way to speed up, because you'll be like, oh, I can't be wasting time just talking or anything. I got to be sculpting. So that is another way to speed up the process. Let's see. Even I'll be waiting for live streams. He's the best. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll try to share my live streams on Instagram as well. But they're also on YouTube, and my past ones are on YouTube as well. I'm not sleeping to see you. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, get some sleep. Sleep's important. But yeah, it's fun. Beautiful sculpture. Can you do a baby sculpture? Yeah, I have done some baby sculptures, but I'll probably do another one. I have my my youngest, who's a year old. I do want to do a sculpture of him, so maybe I'll do a sculpture of him at some point. Take some references and sculpt him. Somebody says, true, Andrew, so much pressure with the model. So I ask friends. They actually love it. Yeah, having people that can model for you, and live, you know, sculpting from a live model is just a superior experience than sculpting from photos. I work from photos all the time. Like, I work online, and I'm in a small town. There's not like a university nearby where they would have modeling sessions or art groups or anything like that. So I kind of have to just deal with photos. But if you can be at a live modeling session, it is a great experience, because there's so much more visual information even than a 3D model on a screen, and you know, you're looking at it in space, so there's no distortion or anything. It's just a better experience. So if you can do it, I recommend trying to find a place where you can go to those live modeling sessions. So he says, Andrew, that's beautiful. Very nice. You're gifted. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's coming along. Still has a while to go, but it's coming along. I'm looking at it from above to help see the asymmetry. You can see where things are off. a little bit better when you look at it from above or from below. So that's why it is kind of nice to just be holding it by hand. And I have a little bit firmer clay so I don't mess things up as much as I'm holding it and moving it around. But that way I can look at it from above. I can, look at it from the side. I can switch it and just from any angle. And that way I can get an idea of what's going on without having to move myself too much. Just kind of flip it around. So he says, so true. I love the armature. Well, thank you. Yeah, this will be hopefully a good piece. I'd like to... I was thinking that this might be cool to put in some sort of frame. Like frame as a sculpture. Let's see. Somebody says, I guess it's a difficult sculpture to balance. Yeah, this one's kind of tricky. So I can't just have it, like sometimes with things around this size, you can get away with just using clay to put the feet on a wood base or something. And you don't have to have an external support, especially if you're using a firmer clay like this. But because this sculpture is so, there's no real place to balance it. I mean, I guess maybe if I did it like that or something, but then I can't see it from all the angles, so I'd like to observe. So he says, making a mold. Am I going to make a mold of this? Maybe, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully I'll get it to a point where I can feel that it's worth the time and effort to make a mold and cast it and sell some versions of this. That's something, yeah, that's something I need to do more of, is not just demo, but actually get it to the final stage of making a mold and casting, which can be difficult. Let's see. Somebody says, I prefer hard clayed so far. I melt medium like butter. Drives me crazy. Yeah, I don't like when the clay is too soft. So I mix in a little bit of hard with the medium. But even just the hard is good. Though, if it's like room temperature, the hard is really hard. The Chavant NSP hard is like wax. So you really have to warm it up to be able to work it by hand. But if you do warm it up, if it's pretty warm, then it's totally fine to work with. And so if you have like a heat gun or something to keep things warm as you're going, then that's a good way to go about it. So it says, you're very good. Thank you, I appreciate that. Just trying my best. I'm trying my best, honey. Okay. Sulfur-free clay. Yes, this is NSP stands for non-sulfurated or non-sulfur plasticine or something like that. So this doesn't have sulfur in it. Sulfur is kind of stinky and I don't like it very much. And it doesn't play well with some mold making materials, so I recommend non-sulfur clays. But they don't put sulfur in a lot of clays now. What he said, somebody on Instagram says, "Super, sir." Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. So it says, "I just started working with wax about a year ago. Your channels are super helpful." Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad that you found some value in some of the stuff that I'm trying to put out. That's the goal. You can also join the online courses if you haven't, and those are also a great resource, though I know not everybody has the resources. Sometimes, if it's just a hobby, though, they're not super expensive, the courses. The Figure Sculpting Fundamentals course is currently at $150. And so for a in-depth online course that took 2.5 years to develop, I think that's a pretty good price. Especially if you're, it just cuts time. So having that course, having a study guide just allows you to get better a little bit faster. So that's the benefit of it. But a lot of the information is there you can find on your own. And again, there's the PDFs, so the free PDFs of the figure sculpting course that has all of the free content. If you just want an assignment checklist of things to do and videos to watch to get better, then that'll be a good resource. And then with that PDF, the assignment checklist PDF, I'd like to start a private Facebook group for those people that want to. Maybe we would go through together and do those assignments, and that way we could kind of have a support system, which is the thing that's missing with the online courses is accountability and a support system to make sure that you're doing those assignments. So he says, I'm a novice. Let's see. So he says, yeah, I'm using Progo 2. It's great. Yeah. Love creatures. Let's see, did somebody say something over on Instagram? I thought I might have missed something. No, I don't think I did. Going to grab a sculpting tool for some of these places, these inside areas where I'm putting clay can be a little bit tricky to get to when you're just working by hand, so a tool to press things in can be helpful. But I don't want to use the tool too much. I'm trying to mostly go by hand because tools will really slow you down. That's their purpose, is kind of to slow things down and be a little bit more careful with how you're moving things around. yeah, some places like here, this calf that's kind of squished up against the leg. This inside part is kind of hard to reach. Someone says, that's great, Andrew, talking about the courses. Somebody's asking if I can shout out their channel. If you're watching live on YouTube or in the comments, then you can see that channel. But I don't shout out channels that I'm not familiar with, so forgive me for that. But yeah, I just if I haven't seen anything from your channel or if I'm not familiar with you, then I can't directly shout it out. But there's no harm in asking. Can AI replace handmade artistry and creativity? Your views on it? Well, so AI, AI I think is misunderstood. It's basically just a compiler of like the average on any topic, and that goes with visual information too. So it's really it generates the average when you kind of put all of the inputs of all of the art everywhere in the world. And then it kind of spits out an average based on words that are associated with those visual cues, and it gets better as its programs become more expansive and stuff. But it's not the same process. It's not the same creative process as people. And I think you're going to have to mark. I definitely think that it should be required that AI art be mentioned, that AI was used in the production of this art. That's kind of difficult because it's become so ubiquitous, and sometimes it is hard. It's getting hard to tell, especially with things like photography. I think there are some AI photography that has even won some competitions and things like that. But I think people will always value, when it comes to art, I think people will always value a work of art that they can see required more effort, time and effort, as opposed to one that was, spit out by an algorithm. And so I think that will just naturally kind of be the case. But that doesn't mean that AI won't be a factor. Like, it will be a factor. And I've even, I've used AI tools for writing scripts and things like that for my YouTube videos because it's so convenient and it gets you a rough outline. But then I also know what I'm talking about. And so where it says things that aren't accurate or that aren't helpful or that aren't the way that I would say it, then, I as a conscious agent, I can have that as a starting off point and then choose to go in any direction. So, AI, it's a tool like any other tool. And some people say, oh, we're not, the ancient masters, they didn't have as many tools, so their work is more impressive. And I think in a way that's true. But that doesn't mean that they wouldn't have used all of the tools at their disposal. Like if there was a tool, if there were, maybe power tools or whatever, tractors or whatever it was, those artists would have probably used whatever tools they had available. So just because you're using a new tool doesn't necessarily make you less of an artist. But if the tool is doing everything, then I think that is where it's more of a crutch, or more of a, you know, it's not as authentic as a work of art that was created by somebody intentionally, a human behind it, an individual human. Because AI, you know, there's humans behind AI, because AI is just borrowing from everything that we've, you know, put up on the internet, everything that we've already, all the information we've already created. It's just compiling that and spitting out a new version, a new variant on the information that we've already provided to it. So it's still, you know, it's using human input, but I'm talking about an individual person. Somebody says, I fear not the robot. Yeah, I'd say, well, you can't live in fear, whatever you're doing. Don't live in fear. Just do things that you find worthwhile and valuable, and figure out a way to make it work. Andrew, your work has been an incredible source of inspiration. Watching your sculpt with such precision and creativity. Thank you for sharing your talent with the world. Well, thank you. That's a very nice thing to say, and I appreciate that. And that's, you know, that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to share. I'd like to teach more people how to sculpt. And if, you know, if I can, I'd like to teach. I'd like to be the biggest sculpture teacher in the world. I'd like to teach more people to sculpt than any other teacher, and I might be able to do that if I'm able to continue to put out content and reach people. And I also need to put the information that I put in books, because that's a more timeless way of sharing information. But I really appreciate that. Hey, I love your content from France. Quick question, what % of the self-drying clay and normal clay do you like to work with? Thanks for your teaching and work. I don't use self-drying clay, so I don't use like air-dry clay very much, though maybe I'll test it out in some future videos. This is non-dry modeling clay that's oil and wax based, and I prefer that because it's it's good for reusing, so it's good for practicing and reusing and mold making. So that's why I use this particular type of clay. But really, you know, the type of clay doesn't matter as much as your skill as a sculptor. Eventually I'd like to get a kiln so that I can fire some ceramic sculptures, so that Okay, welcome to this live stream. Let's see. I'm going to be live streaming on YouTube as well as Instagram today. And so welcome. Today I'm going to be working on a sculpture that I started. This is my third stream working on it. If you guys have questions, feel free to ask those. I'll try to keep an eye out for those, but I might miss it, especially on Instagram, where it just loses the questions pretty fast. Somebody says, big fan, sir. Well, thank you. Thank you over on Instagram. So I'm using Chavant NSP medium clay for these sculptures, these studies. And today I'm just going to continue working on the details. We might get into the portrait or something like that, but primarily working on starting to consider things like anatomy and hopefully get some progress on these these forms. And somebody's saying how to grow as an artist. Well, what I did was I decided that I would post on Instagram, for example. I decided a while ago that I would post daily, and I was pretty consistent with that for a while. And the only reason that I stopped doing that is because Instagram then deleted my account. Well, it deleted my account and then it reinstated it almost instantly the same day. So that was like a wake-up call that I was like, wait a minute, like all of this work that I've been doing basically as a part-time job could just be gone in seconds if somebody on Instagram just says, so you're gone. But then once I built my Instagram to about 90,000, I think I was almost at 90,000, just a couple hundred short of 90,000. Then it was hacked. You know, I was scammed through an email that looked legitimate and said, "Oh, there's this, you've qualified for Instagram verified or something like that," and then it was a scam. So, usually I catch those, but all it takes is one time where I was on my phone and I couldn't see that the email didn't have the logo on, or the right logo wasn't from the right address. It was just off by a few characters, and then they took it and they said it would cost like $1,000 or $1,500, something like that, to get my account back. And I just said, I'm not paying you guys anything. So I had to start all over. And now I'm at about 15,000 followers on Instagram. That's after starting over from zero from the first thing. So I'd say like the main thing is consistency. Also making sure that the content is good. If you're consistently posting artwork that's not very good, then that's not as helpful. Though consistency is helpful no matter what, but it's not as helpful as if you're actually trying to be either entertaining or informative, and your artwork is actually something that people can admire and be like, oh wow, that's a cool thing. That's a cool work of art. So always be improving and be consistent with posting is my main suggestion for anybody that's interested in growing. Let me make sure that I'm in focus. I've had times where I wasn't in focus the whole time. I recorded the whole thing and then I was out of focus. Do you guys have a Discord server for sculpting? It's not something that I have yet, though I'm thinking about it. So I wanted to do something through Gumroad, like a subscription type, monthly subscription thing for a little bit to get people that were interested in sculpting, and I wanted some things to offer. And so if I was to do that and create a Discord, like what are things that you guys would be interested in that would be worth maybe $10, $15 a month to be a part of. If you have suggestions, please let me know, because that's something I am interested in and I'd like to consider doing. Especially if I can, add just a little bit more value to people that are serious, or people that maybe you got the courses but you've had trouble finding the motivation to actually do the assignments and things like that. And so if a Discord server would help with that, then maybe I could look into getting that. But I'm just trying to trying to do my best to grow and help others do the same. Grow and improve. Okay, so I'm trying to follow the outlines, and then now I can start thinking about the anatomy and establishing that a little bit more clearly. To do that, I'm gonna, let's see, here in the back area there would be a, let's draw a center line to make sure that we're not losing symmetry as we do this. The pose is fairly symmetrical through the torso, and I've chosen to change the symmetry of the arms because I thought offsetting the arms was going to be a little bit more interesting from the side view. Just as a design choice, I chose to do that. And then right here there would be the spine would come in the small of the back. There would be a little bit more negative space in there. Are there any masters you recommend to master copy? Let's see. Yeah, there's I really like the book Modeling and Sculpting the Human Figure by Edward Lanterry, and there's some drawings on the process of doing some demo sculptures of the figure as well as the facial features. And so I think a master study from that book, or a series of master studies from those books, could be very valuable. And then I just think if you can, if you're able to go to a museum or something nearby where they have sculptors or sculptures that you admire that you think were well done, then just using those as master studies, I think, is a good way to just kind of bring that knowledge into your own repertoire, into your own skill set. And so maybe bringing a small maquette, maybe this size or even smaller, you could do something small like this guy back here, bringing some clay and then sitting in a museum and sculpting, doing a sculpture study directly from reference, a sculptor that you admire or that you think was well done, and just try to copy it as best you can. And I think that's a great thing to try to do. You also might look online. Sometimes they have like master copies that have been shrunk down and 3D printed or cast in some way, and they're of actual sculptures like David or other famous sculptures. I don't know if they have one of Bernini's David, but I really like that one. And then just the same thing, just copying it as best you can, trying to learn from the way those sculptors that you admire treated the forms and treated the figure. think that's a great thing to try to do. Can Greek sculptures be a good example? Yeah, there's a bunch of ancient Greek sculptures that are very well done and very masterful, and they are very interesting. So I would just choose a sculpture. I mean, if you have a museum nearby that have some of your favorite sculptures, that's like ideal. But if you can't do that, then getting as many photographs as you can and trying to do it from photographs. But, I mean, working from photographs is not as good as working from life. So I'd try to work from direct observation if at all possible. So he says, yeah, there are tons of sculptures and 3D scans. I was thinking of opening them in Blender as a reference. Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, it's still, still be better if you had like a physical, something that you could physically move around and see in space. There's something about that's a little bit more beneficial than on a screen. But if all you have is a screen and it gives you access to some of the best works of art that have ever been created, and then you can copy those, I think that's a great thing to try to study. Need to decide what's happening with the drapery with this. I guess we'll give it say that this is covered. We'll keep it modest for social media, or at least relatively modest. It's still like a swimsuit, but say that's the swimsuit. Hello, I'm currently a 3D character artist working in game production. I'm planning to do the same as my hobby. To do this as my hobby, I just wanted to ask how many years you've dedicated to sculpting and what inspired you to start this journey. So I've been sculpting for about 8 years, and I got into it because I took a sculpting class in college and I just liked it. I just enjoyed it too much. And just decided, you know what, I just want to try to make this work, try to make this artist thing work. And so that's kind of, I've always liked drawing and painting. I've done a little bit of painting, but drawing has always been something that I've been interested in, especially people. I'm interested in people. That's what I feel like is the most interesting thing to represent. That was always something that I just had. Like, there are some things that you don't have to force yourself to be interested in. You're just, for one reason or another, you're just interested in those things, and you find them to be engaging and worthwhile to study and learn about. And for me, that was art and figurative art. And after college, I tried to make I made my sculpting courses, the figure sculpting fundamentals course. I started while I was in college and then finished it. And that was like 2 years of work, of part-time work to create that and release that. So it was a lot of work up front before I was able to get any money from what I've been doing. It was like 2.5. It was like working a part-time job or writing a book for 2.5 years. It was a lot of work before it was released to the public and before I could make any money from the sales. And so then, once that course was out, then I was able to build other courses, and I'm trying to continually, build my my library of things, resources that I can market, that I can sell. So there's my ebooks and artist X-ray vision. So there's one on the male figure and the female figure. So there's ways that you can monetize nowadays. There's ways that you can figure out how to create, whether it's digital products, informational products, courses, actual physical artworks, or if you're working digital, maybe you're making digital sculptures. There's ways to do those and ways to price them to make them accessible to people. But it's not, as I've said before, it's not the easiest thing. So making money as an artist is difficult because making money creatively as a creative person is difficult. But that's kind of been my journey. I browsed your channel and wanted to say how impressed I am at your work. Your tutorials and tips have been incredibly helpful and inspiring. Thank you so much for sharing. Truly appreciated. Well, I'm glad to hear it. That's great to hear. And that's what I hope, that there will be people that are trying to learn and that they find those resources and find them helpful and worthwhile. And so I appreciate that. Let's see this. So the gluteus maximus, the muscle itself travels quite a bit. It doesn't follow the form of the buttock as much as it travels kind of up and back, and that causes this to be quite soft. If you look at the reference, there's very little indication of the transition between the glute and the upper part of the back of the leg. There's very little indication of that transition, but it's there. So you have to think about, okay, well then what's happening? What's happening back here on this backside with the anatomy and everything. And that's kind of the difficulty, as well as the challenge and the fun part of these studies, is taking a reference from one angle and then inventing whatever's happening from every other angle. What's your experience with doing crochets? I feel like sculpting is probably the best way to learn anatomy, even if you draw or paint. Yeah, I would agree, and in fact there's many drawing programs that require sculpting crochets, just because you are able to understand the muscle so much better if you build it in space and build it from the insertion points to the, what is it? It's the insertion and the I forget, but the place where the muscle begins and ends, you know those, and it's just easier to understand those when you're working in 3D. And so that's a course that might be my next course. I've done a course on the figure, the full figure, and kind of the fundamentals, and then on portraiture and on the hands and with the hand course and the portrait course, I've gone a little bit into the anatomy and done some studies, but I haven't gone to the full crochet. So that might be the next course that that I produce, though it probably won't be a little while. I need a little break from, the editing that's kind of intense that comes with making an online course. But it's a great thing if you can have an écorché. I actually have a model that I purchased online that's just somebody else's sculpture of an écorché. But I do want to do a more in-depth look at the écorché and the study of the bones and muscles of the body from that sculptor's point of view. Traditional sculptors are becoming rare these days, and truly hope that the new generations will continue this awesome craft. Yeah, that's why I'm doing this, is to try to pass on some of the knowledge from past masters in a way that is that's accessible. Somebody on Instagram is asking what's the name of this clay. This is Chavant NSP Medium Clay. Chavant with CH. Chavant NSP Medium Clay. It's a non-dry modeling clay. But yeah, it is kind of it's an old art. But I do think there's a turning back towards tradition. We've got these digital resources and tools and everything, and that's great, but I do think that there's going to be kind of a turning back towards traditional forms of art, especially as AI takes over. We're going to say, you know what, that's nice and all, but there's something about, physically moving the clay with your hands, or maybe it'll just be that more people get into these traditional things, even if they're not creating what we would consider masterful works, that they're just creating because AI allows them to have AI allows for learning about those things and the study of it, and so yeah, it's an interesting time that we're living in, and we'll have to see how it develops. But I'm hoping that there's always going to be a place for these traditional things like drawing, like oil painting, like sculpting. That there's always going to be some interest, even though it does become a niche thing. But it's always a niche thing, It's always a small percentage of the population that's creative and interested in these types of things. So he says it's looking very nice. Thank you, appreciate it. What advice would you give someone interested in pursuing traditional sculpting today? I would, if you can, I would try to get in contact with somebody that is successful as a sculptor, and then go and work for them for free. Just do it as a internship. Like, just say, hey, I'll do all the stuff you don't want to do around the studio. Just let me be in that environment and apprentice from you. I think that's a lot more valuable than getting a degree or anything like that. And then studying on your own, learning on your own as much as you can from stuff like the YouTube videos on the Proco 3D channel, my online courses, things like that. But try to study from people that you're interested in, that you like their style and their skill level. But if you can go and study for a couple months with somebody that's a professional doing what you want to do, so maybe they're bronze, maybe they work in bronze, or maybe they are working in the movie industry as a sculptor or something like that, and then you go shadow them and try to learn as much as you can from them. I think that's going to be more valuable, because they'll have, not only will you build a connection, with an actual person, but they'll have maybe other connections, and they'll be able to give you specific advice that I can't even give, because most of my income is from online courses. And so if you want to learn about making a good online course for artists, then that's something that maybe I can help with. But other than that, I haven't dedicated the time and energy to learn how to make money solely on the sale of artworks, though that's something that I'm trying to learn about and get better at. How much do you sell each piece of art like this? Well, if it's a commission that somebody wants, that let's say they have a photo reference similar to this, and they say, I want you to sculpt this pose about this size. Let's say they want it in a polymer clay or a what's it called, epoxy clay or something like that's a final finished product. Then those commissions start at $1,000. So I try not to take any commission for less than $1,000. And something like this, if it was fairly, let's say it's a finished sculpture about this size, yeah, that I would probably say about $1,000 for this, if it's the original, and if I can do it in a clay like polymer clay or epoxy clay. If there's mold making involved, or if they want it cast in bronze, then the price just goes up from there, and it can get pretty pricey, because those are expensive processes and require hiring out to other companies or other individuals, and so that's all has to be taken into account. So yeah, let's see. Let's see, somebody's saying it's concerning to see how AI is impacting various industries, leading to numerous layoffs in the gaming industry. Yeah, that's part of technology. There's people that the technology helps. Those are the people that are able to get cheaper, whatever it is, cheaper video games, because a lot of the jobs are able to be done by AI. And then there's the people that it hurts. But ironically, with AI, it's going to hurt a lot of like white collar type jobs more than traditional blue collar jobs, because it's going to be really good at things like pattern recognition. Something that comes to mind is like in the medical field, like reading X-rays and stuff like that. It's getting to a point where AI is better at those types of things than the average technician. So those types of jobs are going to be under threat. But then also, storyboard designers and people that are at the beginning stage, they're also going to be challenged to be able to justify their extra cost. Instead of paying $10 for something, you have to justify charging a couple thousand or whatever it is. So there is, it's going to be tricky. We'll see how we navigate it. And the moral question of, well, is it okay for AI to take this art and copy it in this way, because the artists that made it are not receiving any benefit from the learning that they participated in by just having their images uploaded online. And so they're basically teaching the AI, but they don't get any benefit out of it. So there's kind of that moral, legal question that's difficult to answer. And it's going to be interesting how we navigate it. There's been self-playing pianos for like 100 years. There are still piano players. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, a good counterpoint. That there's always been, when they came up with photography, they thought, oh, well, no need for painters now, but we still have painters, and there's still been many great painters. So it hasn't wiped out the industry entirely. Though you could argue that it's made the industry smaller or more niche. But at the same time, I think it's hard to argue that there's ever been a time that's been easier to be an artist, because you have so much reach, there's so many tools, there's so much education out there to become a good artist, and there's so many ways to sell your art that just weren't available in the past. They just weren't an option. So I think even though there's new challenges, we also have to realize that there's always been challenges, and life was a lot rougher 100 years ago. I wouldn't want to switch places because you had to work a lot harder to survive back then, and the things we have now are nice, but it comes with drawbacks. So, hi, good morning, hello. I was searching how to make an oil-based clay at home, and one of the recipes includes ball clay, which is rare to find in my country. So I was wondering, is there anything that I can replace it with? I believe, I'm not positive about this, but I believe you can sift, if you get like a sieve, a fine sieve to be able to get rid of any aggregates. I believe that you can use natural clay that you can find just like by a riverbed or any area where the ground cracks. As it dries, it kind of cracks in that way that you see like in the desert. You see that? That's usually a sign that there's clay there. And so you can dig that up, and then you can sieve through it to get it nice and fine so that you don't have any large aggregates as part of the clay, because you don't really need that. And then I think you can use that as a natural clay body. I'm not positive, and I haven't made my own clay successfully. I've tried some recipes that didn't turn out, and so if I find a recipe, or if you find a recipe, please reach out that works, because I would like to share that with everybody. I think that's a valuable thing, and I like the oil-based clays because they don't, they give you some time before it dries and sets up. Let's see. Can a talented guy make a living by this art? Well, I'm trying to figure that out, I'm trying to figure that out. This is what I do, so. And I have, and we just moved in, 2 years ago, we just moved into our first home. I have 4 kids, and this is the primary way that I provide for the family, mostly by selling my online courses on sculpting. So that's an open question, but I'm trying to make the answer to that question yes, that somebody can survive doing it. Though the road that I'm taking is probably not the road everybody will take, so take it with a grain of salt, because not everybody's interested in teaching an online course, and that's how I've chosen to go about surviving as an artist and making a living as an artist. Have you ever used plastic bag for detailing and smoothing? I have. In fact, that's in one of the demos for texturing on the Proco 3D channel. So it shows that you can take a plastic bag and lay it over the surface and then draw in, and it softens the things like wrinkles and stuff in a way that feels pretty organic. But generally, my own preference, I'm not a huge fan of the texturing part of the texturing stage, the last stage of the sculpting process. I like what I call a lightly textured sculpture. So, or a lightly tooled texture where you can still see the tool marks and it's not perfectly smooth, but it looks good because all the forms are in place. That's just my personal style and what I like. But if you're interested in like super realistic human, like prosthetic level details with veins and stuff like that, there's a lot of texturing techniques that you have to learn to implement as you're texturing. But texturing is just not my favorite part. My favorite part is finding the form. So I've chosen to not include that as a primary part of my my style as an artist. But I have done it. I have, tried it. Creating is living. Yeah. Creating is living. But it's also work. But life is work. So Life is work. But hopefully you can find work doing something that you find meaningful. Somebody's saying, oh man, that is how I smooth concrete bollard tops. Oh, interesting. With plastic and concrete. I'm getting interested in making sculptures too. Have you ever tried making a painting, but with sculpture, like a 3D painting? I've done, what do you call them? Bas relief sculptures or low relief sculptures that that have turned out. That I like that, and that's a valid method. And those are actually, I'd say those are a good place to start because it's a little bit easier to market something that can be hung up on the wall than it is to market something that that can't, because people have more wall space for pictures and things than they do have flat surfaces to put a sculpture on top of. So low relief sculptures are a great way to create something that's easy to mold and cast because you just pour silicone over the top. And then they're also a little bit easier to market and sell, and you can sell them for a little bit cheaper because it doesn't require a lot of material for the casting. And so, yeah, that's maybe something I need to look into doing more. Let's see, we'll say that we'll add in the swimsuit that's so we're saying yes, you just put the plastic over the wet concrete and it makes a perfectly slick dome. Oh, interesting. That is interesting. Yeah, there's a bunch of tricks of the trade that you find out as you're doing things, ways to make things easier. Texturing, there's a lot of tricks to those. Let's see. Or there's a lot of tricks to texturing, not to those. I like your type of art, and you are awesome. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Gonna go sleep now. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Well, you too. Rest well. I want to sell 3D paintings. I can't find your video. I want to see that 3D painting. I can't find your video on it. Can you say when you did publish that video? I think it might be on the Proco channel. So if you look up on the Proco 3D channel, bas relief or low relief sculpture, BAS, bas relief is what it looks like. Then it might show up there. I don't know. It's been a while though since I've done those sculptures. I think I've done one on my channel as well. So you could look on my channel and see. It's maybe just it might just be a time lapse of the process, but you could get some information from that. Let's go ahead and add in this swimsuit or whatever that, what would you call this? It's going around the chest area. I've actually found a lot of similarities between sculpting and concrete and drywall. Yeah, well, absolutely. Yeah, I'm trying to redo the drywall in a lot of the areas of this old house that we purchased. So I need to, like, what do you call it? Float float the drywall where you're trying to smooth everything out. And there is, there's techniques that are very similar to it, and it is kind of its own type of sculpting, you could say. And I'd like to do a sculpture using the plaster, the drywall plaster, to do a large low relief sculpture with that, just to experiment and have some fun. So you might consider doing that if that's something you work with a lot, and use the tools that you use for plastering. That's something I could see being a interesting piece of content and an interesting sculpture if done well, depending on the subject and things like that. Just you made an Egypt arts. I don't know what you mean by that. Have I made Egyptian art? I don't know. I don't think I have. I haven't done that too much. Somebody's asking. You mentioned asking the internet for free. An intern for free, like shadow program. This would probably be extremely costly once you factor in the accommodations and commuting. Any advice? Also, any advice to reach out and ask an artist? Yeah, so you probably want to save up just like you would do for school. Like if you're gonna work, or if you're gonna go to school, you also have to think about those accommodations and things. And so I would recommend saving up a couple, maybe even just a month's worth of expenses, and then you just let them know, hey, I'll work for free. I've already worked out where I'm staying and everything. I just want to shadow you and learn from you, and I'm really serious about it, and I'll work really hard. I'll help with all the things you don't want to do as an artist, and can I just come and learn from you? And some artists, a lot of artists might say no, but you might get one that says, yeah, you can come and learn from me for a little bit and work with me. And I think a lot of artists want to be able to share that. You could also approach them if you're somebody that has, if you're somebody who's on social media and you have some expertise, you could say, hey, let me come and film the process and create content around your process. And then you get to shadow them maybe just for a couple days, and that's maybe a cheaper thing. But if you can do that, that's something that I've kind of done a little bit with Leroy Transfield, who's a sculptor I really admire. And I helped him build a little master demo for Proco. But it was also a chance for me to go and learn from somebody that I really respect and admire and think is one of the great sculptors of our time. And so I was able to do that without spending a lot of money. In fact, he was, he paid me for the work I was doing for video editing and creating the course, and then he gets the money for the sales of that course. And so it benefited him because now he has an online product that he can sell and make a little bit of income on the side, and it benefited me because I learned and I got some money for helping, and then I also was able to learn. So those types of win-win scenarios where you have to be tactful about it, and you have to be able to show that you're serious and that you're not a that you're not a weirdo, or they won't regret letting, because it is, it's their space as an artist, so you're going into their space, and so that's something that you have to consider. And they might even say, you know what, I charge, I do workshops, and so you'd have to pay and be a part of the workshop. But even if they say that, I'd say try to save up for those workshops. But there's going to be a price, but it'll certainly be less, even if you had to pay all of the expenses and maybe even pay them to let you be there and help and shadow them for a little bit, it's almost certainly going to be less than college, because college has just become outrageously expensive, and it'll almost certainly give you more information, especially if that person is doing what you want to do as an artist. If they already are making a living in the way that you would like to make a living. So yeah, there's going to be obstacles, there's going to be tricky things about it, but I'd say just try to find a way around those obstacles, and people might be willing to share the information that they have, to share their knowledge and maybe some of their connections and things like that. Bas relief, magnificent. Yeah, bas relief is really fun. I started with drywall mud because it's what I had. If I lived nearby, I would offer to trade drywall work for lessons. Yeah, that would be great, because we're doing a bunch of drywall, and it gets old pretty fast. And I'm not a expert. I'm just kind of learning everything as a homeowner, so it's all new to me. Figuring out how to fix shiplap drywall, which is what we have. Which is before they had drywall, they would just put sheets, or put like wood nailed into the wall, strips of wood, and then they would put plaster and push the plaster into that wood so that it grabs on. And it's kind of tricky because sometimes the plaster breaks and you have to replace areas, and it's a tricky thing, but it's good. It's good hard, it's good wholesome work. That makes the house better, so I like that about it. And it's not super complicated. It's not like I've also had to do some plumbing and a little bit of electrical with the shop that I'm working on and things like that, and those things can be a little bit more complicated. But that's just part of home ownership. If you don't have the money to hire somebody to fix it, you just got to figure it out. Yeah, lathe and plaster. Lath and plaster. What did I say? Lap and plaster? I might have pronounced it. Lath. It's pronounced Lathe. Lath and plaster. I've been working on homes for 25 years. If you ever need advice, feel free. Oh, that's great to know. That's great to know. I'll be sure to reach out if I need anything. Though usually I just look it up on YouTube, and that's my homeowner education on figuring things out. But yeah, it's always good to have somebody that's willing to give advice, keep you from making a costly mistake. I've made a couple of those that have, when you make a mistake and then somebody has to come and fix it, you pay for it. So it's a learning experience. Somebody says that's a tongue twister. The lath and plaster. Yeah, lath and plaster. Since I started clay sculpting, I have to keep filing down my fingernails every other day. Yeah, yeah, the fingernails can get in the way. Though you can use them as tools if you know, if you want. But yeah, I try to keep them short because then then you get clay in your fingernails and then they look dirty even if it's just clay. But they look all gross if you have them too long. I should think about that more because I'm, sculpting on camera in 4K while recording. I guess the live streams aren't, you can't really see the details, but sometimes I forget that if there's any, like especially if you have dark clays, you get like black clay in your fingernails and it just looks super nasty. See, somebody's talking, says that's true, everything's on YouTube now, talking about that you can just look up videos on fixing your house and everything. Yeah, YouTube's a great resource. And I've heard from people, they're like, trying to fix things, trying to fix their like plumbing when a pipe breaks and there's water leaking and they have like a renter down below and they're trying to fix the plumbing and they don't have any experience and there's no resource to learn and they don't have any money to hire somebody, so they have to figure it out. It's just like, yeah, that's stressful. But now we're so information rich, so we just have to, but that information comes at the cost of having to sift through the information and find the best, because you can find good and bad information on any topic that you can imagine. So just going through and finding the good stuff. But generally, you look at the comments of almost anything and people are pretty on top of it. If you get something wrong, people will jump all over that because we love telling people when they're wrong. So in general, the best information seems to float to the top. Yeah, it looks disgusting in my fingernails because the clay is dark gray. Yeah. Gotta keep your fingernails short to avoid the stigma of having gross fingernails. Hi Andrew, I just wanted to share that I made 2 armatures today using the method I learned from you. Thank you for the great tips. They've been so helpful. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear that you're building and being creative. That's the trick, is just being disciplined and just doing it. There's nothing I can do to make you sculpt. You just have to find the time and do it. Even if you get the courses and you watch the videos, but if you don't just spend the time and discipline, forcing yourself to sculpt, then it's not gonna be very helpful. So that is great to hear. Great to hear. And if you're interested in sharing your work, you can create a free account over at Proco.com, and underneath the video assignments, you can upload images of your work to share it. And I every once in a while I go through and try to give feedback on people that do that. So if you're interested, there's also that resource. Let's see, I feel like this knee feels a little short. I'm gonna lengthen it just a little bit by adding clay to the top of it right here. And it's also kind of a little bit straighter than what I have, so I'm going to take a tool and just remove a little bit of clay from right here. Try to flatten this a little bit, and I'll come around and smooth that out. Something like that. Do you use armatures often? Yeah, almost with every sculpture I'll use an armature, similar to this guy back here. So I almost always have an internal armature. If I'm using oil-based clay, then I will. The only reason I wouldn't is if I was using natural clay that was going to be fired, and then I would have to figure another support system out. But for what I do and for my style and for my demos and everything, I really like an armature because it gives you an internal measuring system, so you know where all of the joints of the body are going to be before you start sculpting, and that's just really convenient. It's really really makes the process a lot easier to be able to judge things off of those landmarks. And you still have to, you still have to know what you're doing, but having those in place is really helpful. And so that's why I recommend learning to build wire armatures and then building it. And if you're interested in like all the free lessons and having an assignment PDF, a free assignment PDF for the Figure Sculpting Fundamentals course, there's if you go to all my links, or the link that says all my links, and down to the PDF, there's one for the portrait sculpting course and one for the figure sculpting course, and it's free, and it has the links to all of the free lessons, and you can just check it off like an assignment. So you watch the video lesson, do the sculpture, and then check it off, and then go to the next one. And that's a great place to start if you're wanting to learn sculpting, but you don't know where to start, or you don't know like what assignments that you should be working on or anything like that. That I created that free PDF just for that. It also has links to the premium stuff, but if you're not ready to join the full course, then you can just take advantage of all of the free lessons. And I think it's like basically every other lesson, and is free. So there's a lot of free content. I wanted to provide a lot because I was an artist learning from YouTube videos, and so it was important for Proco as well as for me to create a lot of free content that was valuable and interesting and informative, because I do want to share with as many people as possible. And it's understandable. Not everybody has the exposable income to spend on a $150 course or whatever the course ends up being. But if you have a couple hours a day and you're willing to invest the time and energy to learn, then there's those free resources for you. So I hope you'll look into those and take advantage of them if you're interested. See, this is coming along. It's looking a little bit better than when I started, so that's good. That's always a good thing. Changing the angle like I'm doing here, where I'm holding it in my hand and looking at it from different angles. Just you can see the forms and notice things a little bit better when you're constantly changing the angle up. And some parts of the body are just easier to understand from certain viewpoints, and I want to make sure that I'm capturing the correct gesture from each angle. So that's why I like having a firmer clay, so that I can hold it, move it around like this without messing up all the details. And so that's one of the reasons that I use a firmer clay for these studies. Chavant medium mixed with just a little bit of hard, because it does make it a little bit easier. Let's see. feel like this foot is a little bit large compared to the other one. Okay, we're just about at an hour, so I think I'm gonna pause it for now. So here's a look at that final sculpture, what it's looking like after, I think this is my third session working on this sculpture. So after about 3 hours of sculpting, this is what it's looking like. You know, sculpting takes time. It takes time to develop, but this is a great size to work with. This is about 12 inches or 30 centimeters, somewhere in there. And a great size to work with. If you're interested in sculpting, I hope you'll check out those free PDFs that have the assignment checklist for the Figure Sculpting Fundamentals course. If you go to there's links for those PDFs in the video description, and if you go to all my links, then I keep those updated. And there's also my ebooks, An Artist's X-Ray Vision on the male figure and on the female figure. Those are great resources, and just $10 for those, and it helps me out for anybody that purchases. I really appreciate it because it helps support the channel. I'm also going to be getting some, I'll also be doing some like a subscription-based thing and getting some private groups going to hopefully build this community of people interested in sculpting. Also, you know, my in-person workshops are going to be coming up. So if you're interested in traveling to Iowa and sculpting with me in my home studio, then reach out to me and let me know that you're interested. Reach out to me. The easiest way is through Instagram and say, hey, I'm interested in the in-person workshops, so add me to the list of people to be notified once those are set and once those get going. And that should be starting. That should be going in the summer, so I'm excited for those. It'll be great to meet some of you guys and sculpt with you. I think that'll be really fun. Stay creative, stay productive. I'll hopefully see you again soon in another sculpting video or drawing video that I'm trying to do daily. So today's Friday, so the last one for this week, but hopefully I'll catch you guys on Monday. And see you guys around. Thanks for watching. Okay. Okay, welcome to today's live stream. Today's January 13th, 2025. And I'm going to be live streaming just my progress on this sculpture study today. Maybe I'll get to working on the details of the face, so we'll see about that. If you guys have any questions, if you're watching on YouTube, that's the easiest way to ask questions. And I'll try to keep an eye out for those. And also on Instagram, right now I can see the Instagram feed, so unlike this morning when I was doing the drawing session, then I couldn't see when people would ask questions, but now I can see this a little bit better. Let's see, and I will just be working on maybe some texturing. Maybe I'll get into the details of the hair. Maybe we'll see. I got to decide what I want to do with the hair, and yeah, we'll just keep going. I think I'll do something similar, but something similar to what I'm seeing there with the hair. I'll have it coming back and then wrapping around this back side of the portrait. So imagine that the hair is coming down and then falling this side, like that.
Let's see.
So I could do that with the hair, or I could also just have it, maybe I'll just put it up in a bun, because that'll give me a little bit more clay to work with in the meantime. I don't know if I like that, so I'm just gonna put a bun for now. Just a piece of clay. And maybe I'll start working on the details of the face. Let's do that. On YouTube, somebody's asking, hi, what clay are you using? This is Chavant NSP medium clay. It's actually the green medium mixed with just a little bit of hard. I think the hard was the tan color when they had it, so when you get the Chavant, it'll be a little bit more green. But yeah, I recommend, I like the Chavant medium. It's worked really well for me and for what I do. It's a non-dry modeling clay, so that means it's for reuse. It's not for making a finished sculpture in this clay. If you want it permanent, then you have to make a mold and cast it in another material. Going to come to the side and work on the profile a little bit. Profile takes a while to get looking good. It's one of those tricky areas, but if you can build an accurate profile, then the rest of the features will come together a lot easier. Not accurate. I'm not super worried about like capturing the likeness of this specific person, but just getting a profile that feels like somebody could look like that without it feeling off or amateur. Somebody says that's really expensive. The Chavant, yeah, it is kind of expensive. When I do get it, I usually get it. I get like 40 pounds, because then it becomes cheaper per pound. But if you only get like 2 pounds, it's like $40 a pound, US dollars, or no, like 20. It's like $20 to $30. What is it? It's like $30 for 2 pounds if you just get 2 pounds. But then if you get 40 pounds, it's like 300 or something. So it becomes cheaper per pound, but you have to get a lot of it, and most people don't need that much of it. So if you're looking for a cheap clay, an inexpensive clay, then I would just get some. There's a Nara brand, Nara, N-A-R-A, brand non-drying modeling clay from Hobby Lobby. That's the cheapest I've found. And there's also one from Dollar Tree if you're in the U.S. These are U.S. Stores, so I don't know if they are international, but if you get the... there's also a non-dry modeling clay from the Dollar Tree that is pretty nice. It works pretty nice. Very similar, a little bit softer, but a lot cheaper. And so it's good if you're trying to save money and you don't want to spend too much money on clay and want something similar, but a more budget option. And those clays, those can be like $1 a pound instead of, $5 to $10 a pound, or $20 a pound for some clays. Just trying to put the ear, but that doesn't feel quite right. Somebody says yes, correct. Yeah. Cheaper clays are fine. This is just one that I've grown accustomed to and I've liked. I think it's about the same. It's like in that same price range as Monster Clay, which is also a common clay, though I prefer this to Monster Clay. Just personal preference. And I have some Monster Clay. Maybe I should do a giveaway with that. I have some Monster Clay that I purchased that I probably won't end up using. Maybe I should use that for a giveaway. Somebody says, excellent work, brother. Keep it up. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, this one's coming along okay. It's been a fun sculpture. Maybe I'll work on some of the texture at some point. Maybe not right now. Yeah, maybe I'll get into doing a little bit of the texturing work. So with texturing, I really like this tool. This it's like a little metal spatula. I think if you search metal, I think it's like a wax carving tool. I think that's what you have to search to get something that's like this. It's like a rounded spatula on one end and a little bit thinner of a spatula on the other. And I just found it works really well for texturing. And I'm trying to keep whatever visual information that I've put in place and just roll the tool over the surface, going against the form. So instead of coming along with the form like this, like the leg is going this way, and instead of the strokes being in that direction, I try to do the strokes against that direction. Some of them might be more angled up, some of them might come down a little bit more. But I found that's a much better way of smoothing out the texture to make it look more soft and subtle. And that's a tip I got from a professional sculptor during a competition. I asked him what he'd recommend, and he shared that tip, and I found it to be really useful. Very, very beautiful, somebody says. Thank you, I appreciate it. Sometimes I use normal colored clay and just mix it all up. It becomes dark green color. It's really cool, honestly. After a while, when kept aside, some of it hardens, which is what I prefer. Yeah, that's yeah, I've done that. In fact, there's some videos on the channel showing that you can mix all the crazy colors together, because those cheaper clays, they usually come in like a bunch of bright colors, and I prefer one consistent clay. So you just melt it all together in like an old pot that you can use just for these types of projects. You can even mix a little bit of beeswax, maybe just a little bit of paraffin wax. I've seen people do that. I've done it, and it firms it up a little bit if it's bothering you how soft those cheaper clays are. A little bit of wax can help to firm it up a little bit. And yeah, they work perfectly fine. And the softer clay is fine if you're doing larger sculptures. But when I'm doing stuff this size or smaller, having a clay that's a little bit more firm is preferable, especially when I'm handling the sculpture so much and moving it around. And then I prefer a softer clay. Or I should say, I prefer a harder clay. I said that wrong. Softer is better for larger sculptures. Where you have to move a lot of material quickly. So it says, exactly, I'm now just using normal plasticine. I can't afford professional sculpting clays. Yeah, yep, well, it works perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that. And it's a cheap, nice cheap option. And I've used those for mold making. I've also used cheap mold making materials like, oh man, setups fell down. Oh. There goes that. I'm going to switch to a black background now, because I don't want to get up. But yeah, the cheaper clay works just fine, and for mold making as well. It's oil and wax based. In fact, I like the dollar store, the Dollar Tree clay. I like it better than some professional clays that I've tried that are like really common among the professional sculptors in Utah. It's that one's like I think it's JMac clay medium, JMac medium or JMac soft. I don't know. One of those, but it's like a really common clay for professional sculptors, and it's a little bit more expensive than it's more expensive, and I didn't like it as much as just melting the Dollar Tree clay together and getting a softer feel. Or it's like silkier. I don't know how to describe it, but the cheap dollar store clay is a little bit preferable. I like it a little bit more. It says, the thing is I don't use foil to bulk up the armature most of the time. The clay slips off and I don't have a thinner wire to wrap around the main armature. Yeah, that's the thing with these with softer clays, or if you're working in a warm environment where it's where the clay can become really soft, then you actually do have to worry about that. But yeah, aluminum foil is a fine solution to that problem, as you've mentioned, or additional wire, or using a firmer clay. Adding a little bit of wax to your clay might be beneficial. A little bit of beeswax, but then that increases the cost and the labor associated with the clay, so it's not worth it for everybody, but it is an option. Saludos desde Colombia. Gracias por compartir. Saludos. I wonder, does YouTube translate this in real time? Has it gotten that effective at translating? That it can translate it live in real time? If so, that's pretty impressive. This AI stuff is pretty incredible. So it says, hello, good work again. Hello. Those of you on Instagram, those 4 of you currently watching. Thank you, I appreciate it. I also don't make a permanent figure, so I don't use the foil because I reuse the same clay for another figure. Yeah, that's why this clay is good for reusing. It's doesn't dry out and you can use it over and over again. But, you know, you might consider making a mold and casting it if you have a sculpture that you really like. It's a shame to reuse the clay on a sculpture that was well done. But if you're just practicing and you're not in love with a piece, then yeah, you can just reuse it. So here's a look at the texture, that lightly tooled texture after I've textured it, and this is, let's see, and before it was more like this texture over here. So somebody says, hello from Italy, I'm at work too. Well, that's great. That's great. Sculpting, at work sculpting from Italy. There's a lot of great artists that have come from Italy. I think I have family in Italy that is the Benedicts. So my mom's side of the family, the Benedicts from Italy. Somebody's saying, tengo una academia en Colombia. ¿Te gustaría dar un par de clases por aquí? So they're saying I have an academy in Colombia. and if I would like to give classes through here. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. You'd have to reach out to me over on maybe through Instagram to work out the details. Andrew Joseph Keith. I mean, you could show this to your class, but if you want something specific, then it has to be, I have to work out those details one-on-one. So yeah, reach out and maybe we could work something out. Somebody's saying I use water-based clay. Well, that's great. That's a person that was saying that they're working right now too. So yeah, feel free to send me images of your work. I like seeing people's sculptures. And then sometimes when people comment on Instagram, I lose those once the live is done. Then I can't find the comments. So if you reach out and say, "Hey, this is the sculpture I was working on that I mentioned," then I can see what students are doing, which I always enjoy. I can't always give critiques; that takes a little bit more time. So, but I always like to see people's progress and work. Man, I'm 16 and have exams next week. No way I'm making molds. I'm self-taught, just trying to get better as a hobby. Yeah, well, if once you get good enough to where you want to start selling your stuff, mold making's going to be a good thing to consider learning. At 16, that's you can start selling work. If you're making good work, then nobody really cares what your age is, and you can, depending on how dedicated you are and how much time you spend. But with exams, those do take up some time. But then I think, people find time for social media, which is generally less productive than being creative. So if you can find time for that, then sometimes you can find time to create, which is what I'm trying to help motivate people to do. That's what this is all about, these live streams. So I figured if I was doing these live streams as a way to commit to sculpting more daily, doing some sort of sculpture every day, then I could use it as content and as a way to keep myself motivated to spend time with clay in my hand, and that time is precious. Somebody says, "Hello, my name is Juan Manuel from Peru. How long have you been practicing sculpture?" I've been sculpting for about, 8 years, maybe going on 9 years. So almost a decade of sculpting really got into it in college and just fell in love with it. Just trying to make it work. Speaking of that, be sure to check out my sculpting courses. Oh, actually, I guess my free PDF might be an easier place to start. So there's a PDF. It's an assignment checklist for the Figure Sculpting Fundamentals course. You can find the link in my bio if you're on Instagram, or a link in the video description if you're on YouTube, or wherever you might be watching this. Should be able to find that link. And that free PDF is has links to all of the free lessons from the courses that I teach. And so if you want to get better but you don't know where to start, or you don't know, sometimes having a checklist is just helpful. So that's why I made it. And so it's just a PDF that has the the video topic, the assignment, and then you can check it off as you go through and do those. And then if you decide to get the premium course, the PDF also has links to those videos for people that have purchased the full course. So it's just a resource that people might find helpful. I've tried to put out a lot of free content as a way to, just share this knowledge, but then also as a way to advertise for the premium stuff, because that's how I survive. Can only do so much on the free stuff. I wouldn't be able to do so much free stuff if it wasn't for those that invested, so I really appreciate those that invest in joining the online courses. But yeah, that free PDF is available. There's also one for the portrait sculpting course. What do you need?
Oh, James, he wants to be with you.
Well, I can't do it. I can't watch him right now. Hey, James. Come and grab him, Amanda.
Okay.
Don't open the door, Amanda. While I'm doing this.
James, come back. Baby shark? Baby shark. Come on. Baby shark?
Did Mom go?
Yeah.
Okay.
She went to the gym.
Okay. I'm almost done. Let me see how much time. Yeah, I'll be done in a little bit. Put something on for James for now, okay?
Yeah. James, come on.
James, go with
Baby
Amanda.
shark. Do you want baby shark? Come on.
Come grab him.
Be careful. Oh, okay. James.
Get him out, Amanda. Don't do that.
Baby shark. Baby shark. Baby shark. Baby shark.
It says, thank you for your great job. It's amazing. Well, thanks. I appreciate it. It's coming along. Slowly. As I turn this the other way and observe the hips. I feel like there are some problem areas. That need some work. Could you give me some could you suggest some ways to make a base for a figure? I don't have resources for the wooden block technique. I just dig the figure wire into a base of clay, but it's not the best. Well, there's some videos that I have on the Proco 3D channel that goes over different methods for supporting your wire armatures. And so you might find that helpful, those videos. You can see the techniques that I use to support the wire armature. So there's different ways to do it. You can hang the armature from above by using a metal floor flange like this back here. This is a metal floor flange that you can find at most hardware stores, and then just a metal pipe, and then you just get another an elbow joint that goes out, and then you can just hang some wire from above and attach the armature to some clay on a baseboard, and then attach it to the pipe from above, and that'll give you something. Let's see. I don't know if you can see what I'm. So you just have a piece of metal pipe over top, and then you let down some wire, wrap it tightly around the top, and then that can support the clay. That's probably the simplest and maybe the cheapest way to get an external support. If you can't get these, then you can even just take a block of wood or a 2x4 or something, and then glue it in place or nail it in place onto a wood board, and then build the same thing. A piece of wood coming out this way, a piece of wood coming down, and then wrap some wire around the wood, and that'll give you some support for larger sculptures. If you're just doing the sculpture like stuck into a base of clay, it's not going to be very stable. So yeah, something like that might help. Came in late, but thanks for the lesson. Yeah, no problem. Today's been a little bit more laid back, maybe a little bit low energy. I don't know. I'm tired, but I'm sticking to my resolution of doing these live streams every day. If you could give advice, oh wait. Hello, Andrew. I'm Sebastian. I'm a big fan of your work and of your art. Greetings from the Basque Country, Spain. If you could give advice to yourself from 10 years ago when you started to help you improve in your learning process, what would you tell yourself? If I could give myself advice to help me improve, let's see. Advice to help me improve from 10 years ago. Well, I guess I'd encourage myself to be consistent, and let's see, that maybe I would have encouraged myself to start a social media, like a YouTube channel, and post more consistently back then, because I think that's a couple years before I started. And that was really when I saw a lot of improvement, was when I was just consistent with creating content, because I decided I was going to post something art related every day on Instagram. And when I made that decision, I wanted to post things that were well done. And so that really made a big difference. I think I also might encourage my younger self to look for avenues to sell, to be thinking about that more, and try to create artworks that I feel comfortable selling, and then find places to sell those works, because that's a skill in and of itself, and I'd say it's a skill I still need to work on, and it's like a task that's important that I'm still trying to figure out. So figuring out how to market and sell art, I think it's a good thing to be thinking about, even when you're beginning. So even when you're beginning, you can if you take the time and effort, you can usually create something that somebody would be willing to invest in, though it might not, it might take a while, or it might just be a friend or family member that does that. But those are some things that come to mind. Okay, I think I might be needing to wrap this up pretty soon. But, let's see, we got another question. What do you think about modern art, like the ones everyone makes jokes about? Well, I probably make jokes about it I probably make jokes about it as well. There's actually a video that I did that a little while back. I think it was called, like, a real exposes modern art scam or something like that. But I was talking about that basically what happened was modern art was taken over by relativists, and relativism is basically the notion that nothing's better or worse than anything else. It's an absurd claim, because we all know some things are better than other things. But this philosophy gained a lot of popularity, especially among academia and atheists, because if you're atheist, if you don't believe in a creator, then you do kind of live in a relativistic framework, because morality is just basically what people decide. It's kind of it's like a cultural thing, and so beauty could also be in that category if you're a relativist. What's beautiful. This is where the phrase beauty is in the eye of the beholder. That's relativism. So it's something that's so common that the most common art phrase is relativist. It's basically there's no good art, there's no bad art. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, which I don't believe. I think there is ugly art. I think there is beautiful art, objectively beautiful. And but a lot of people don't want to take it that far, and a lot of people would say that beauty is in the eye of the whole beholder is basically you can't criticize art because everybody has their own taste. But as somebody that's not a relativist, I can say no. There are objectively ugly works of art that should not be promoted, and the people that promote and celebrate these works that are basically just a way of destroying the category of art. It's like if you open the category so large that it encompasses everything, then you basically destroy the category. And we see this with all kinds of things. But when you do that with art, when you say, well, everything is art, well, then nothing's art. Then art doesn't have a meaning, because if one word means everything, then it basically means nothing, because there's nothing that it excludes. But it is it's a deep philosophical question. Like, is art objective? Or is there objective beauty? Or is beauty entirely subjective? It's a difficult question to answer. But when it's taken to its logical conclusion, these people that take that relativistic framework and then create basically garbage and then call it fine art, and then people that pretend that it is the same as other works that are done masterfully or that are beautiful. When we put on this facade and pretend that what we're seeing is good instead of bad, then everybody just goes crazy. We just go crazy. We get bananas duct taped to a wall. But I think it all starts. Nobody wants to connect it, but I think it all does start with atheism, and by its extension relativism, because if that's true, if there is no ultimate judge of good and evil, right and wrong, beautiful and ugly, then relativism is true. But I don't think that's true. I don't think relativism is true. Somebody says maybe it's just the lens. Oh, is somebody talking about? Like the lens through which we view the art. Oh no, they're talking about the extended leg seems a little short. The extended leg, this leg that's coming down, seems a little short. Maybe, could be. I'll have to double check the clay. Which clay is this? This is Chavant NSP medium clay. So it says, dang, what you said is so true. I believe the same. Banana duct taped to a wall is so real. Have you ever sculpted anything from the sculptures? There are a lot of great stories to draw from. Sculpted anything from the scriptures. I misread that. So let's see. Have I? I've done some Greek. I did some Greek. Like Poseidon. I think I sculpted some Greek stuff. But I don't think I've done, and I've sculpted Christ, so I have some sculptures that I've done of Jesus Christ. But I haven't done too many Bible characters. But that's something that I was maybe hoping to get into because there are interesting stories, and there's even like I like, these kind of superhero like physiques. Like we did this little bodybuilder guy. That was a fun sculpture that are really muscular, that are strong, almost like superhuman. And the Bible, Samson is an example of that was kind of this warrior, not a particularly good man, but kind of a warrior who was used or who was called to defend Israel, and God basically said, as long as you don't cut your hair, then no one will be able to like triumph over you. Like you'll be able to defeat anybody that comes against you. And then there's the whole Samson and Delilah, where they send a woman to find out his weakness, his the trick, and then eventually she does, and he is defeated. That's a really cool story. So maybe doing something with Samson would be interesting. But yeah, there's definitely a lot to draw from the Bible, and that's where a lot of great, masterful sculptures were, especially originally, they were either done of Greek mythology, which is gods created in the image of man, or they were done based on Christian theology, man created in the image of God. But either way, there was like a religious justification for the amount of time and effort these artists were spending on studying the human form. And I think that was important for art to get to where it is today. I think without that moral justification, or that religious like even if the artist wasn't religious, the culture they were living in was hungry for this artwork that was representative or naturalistic, we could call it, like realistic, or even hyper anatomical, whereas like more than realistic, it was like a study of the anatomy of the figure and all that. And so I think without that religious undertone in the cultures, that these masterful works of art wouldn't have come about. And people may disagree, that's fine, but that's an opinion that I've come to. Good afternoon. Will you leave the entire step-by-step on your Instagram? Yeah, I'll probably leave this live stream up on the Instagram. It'll also be up on YouTube, and I might do on my YouTube there, and I might do videos going over the process with a little bit more detail. How do you plan to make this current sculpture to stand? I don't know. Well, I was thinking maybe I'd build a box around it, like a frame, like a wood frame, where she's actually touching parts of the frame, like her toes, and then maybe here and parts of it are touching the frame, so that you can just see the figure from maybe this side, and it's like an open frame. I thought something like that would be cool, but I haven't decided yet exactly how I'm going to do it. Okay, I better get going. So, thank you guys for watching. Be sure to check out the links in the description if you're interested in sculpting, or in my ebooks that go over like figurative art in general, an artist's X-ray vision, the male figure, and there's one on the female figure, and you might find those helpful. There's also my online courses. There's the free PDFs on the figure sculpting course. They're assignment checklists, and it has a lot of free lessons, so I hope you take advantage of those if you're interested in that. And yeah, subscribe, follow, all that good stuff. Like the video if you're on YouTube or on Instagram. That helps, I think. And I'll try to keep going, and I hope you guys keep going with trying to stay creative and productive. Here's a look at the sculpture where it's at right now. It's coming along slowly. I think this is the fourth sculpting session, and it's just getting a little bit better each time. So, all right, we'll see you guys around. Stay creative, stay productive. So here I'm looking at the calf and the calf muscle, or the what is that called? The gastrocnemius or something. And then there's the soleus muscle underneath, which is this muscle in between that upper part of the calf and the Achilles tendon here where it connects to the foot. I'm seeing kind of a double, that it curves out for this calf part. And then there's also some curve for that soleus. And I want to make sure that I get both of those curves in place from this view. The center line is always helpful. You're starting to work on the details, especially on this one where I have to invent a lot of information. Hi, hello. Yeah, if you're watching and have any questions or comments or anything you'd like to add in the chat, otherwise I guess I'm just sculpting. Haven't really been saying much. But I often don't know what to say during these live streams. Usually I'm just listening to something. I'll listen to podcasts or something else, but during the live streams I try to just be focusing on what I'm doing. Oops. So one of the big things that stood out to me with this pose is just like the rib cage is super small, and the hips and legs are very large in comparison. And so I thought that was an interesting thing, and so I'm kind of trying to push that or exaggerate it just a little bit more than what I'm seeing in the reference. And then, as I keep going, I might use the reference less and less and just try to make an interesting sculpture, something that's just something that is simplified, or maybe not simplified, but just to just exaggerate those parts of the sculpture that I want to emphasize. Those become more pronounced, and then the parts that are not as important, they kind of fade into the background. And that's just what happens with, I think, any good work of art. The artist is able to pull out the things that you're supposed to focus on, and then the other stuff just kind of fades into the background. I felt like there was too much mass on this this part of the quads, on the thigh. I felt like too much of the mass was towards the inside, so I just cut it off and then moved it to the outside, and that'll give a little bit more, hopefully a little bit better of a feeling. And a lot of this, you know, is just guesswork. When you have to invent so much information, you're just kind of I mean, if you've studied and if you're somewhat knowledgeable in the anatomy, then you can kind of guess more. You can have a more educated guess on how the muscles should be behaving based on the position of the leg, based on, you know, how those muscles are interacting with the rest of the body. Like, for example, this, you know, this part of the thigh, it's pressed up against this other leg, and so I thought it would kind of be pushed outward a little bit, but I can't see it. You know, I can't see it on the other side of the photograph, and I only have one photo reference to work from, so I just kind of have to do the best I can and pull out those things that I think would be happening, but, you know, I might be totally wrong. But as long as it's based on observation and your understanding of anatomy, and if you're somewhat accurate with those things, then sometimes you can get a sculpture that feels accurate even though it might not be totally accurate. What parts do you want to bring out more in the sculpture? Well, I think the sculpture, yeah, like I was saying, it's all about like the hips, like thin rib cage, very, maybe exaggerate the feminine, you know, hourglass shape. Maybe make it even more pronounced, which I think right now is what it is. Though I might still, you know, add some mass to the back. But just really pulling out, just like I've been doing with the drawings that I've done, or with the, you know, sculptures that are of bodybuilders, kind of like pushing the masculine to kind of almost an absurd level where almost nobody is actually that muscular. And then same thing with this. I like pushing the you know, the masculine or the feminine a little bit beyond what is maybe average to a almost like, it's not a caricature. Caricature kind of has a negative connotation, but like an icon of the, you know, of the feminine or of the masculine, like a representation, or just pushing that to just emphasizing that, like pushing the feminine away from the direction of the masculine. So with the masculine, you know, the shoulders are wide, large rib cage, small hips, and so just reversing that when I'm doing the feminine is something that I like to try to do with these studies. So pushing the feminine a little bit beyond what the photograph is, or the reference is showing, is something that's kind of fun. Now I'm taking the tool, this texturing tool. It's like a flat, rounded spatula, and I'm just rolling it over the forms against the direction of the form. So the leg's coming down this way. I'm trying to go across the leg for texturing. Do you ever use a mounted magnifier for like a magnifying glass for observing parts of the figure? No, I don't, but I don't do a lot of small scale stuff. You know, if I was working with miniatures or smaller things, then maybe I would do that. But it's just this, you know, the size I work with. It's not really something I need to worry about. But maybe it'd be fun to set one up just because magnifying glasses are cool. I've always thought, you know, they're just such a cool thing. Do you collect figures? No, not really. I mean, I collect my own. You know, when I sculpt them, I usually leave them sculpted, and then I just kind of put them on a shelf if I haven't made a mold and cast them. But as far as others, I haven't. Though I do have some sculptures from other sculptors I admire. I have a couple, but not very many. I have a bust of Jordan Peterson that was sculpted by my friend Quentin McCann. I purchased that from him, and then I have a small sculpture from Leroy Transfield. Oh, and then I also have another sculpture from Quentin McCann. He did a little version of Ben Shapiro that says "Facts don't care about your feelings." Little political satire kind of type caricature. It was fun. And so those are the only, I think the only sculptures that I have of other artists. Though I'd like to maybe get some more. But yeah, if you can get a work of art from an artist you admire, I definitely recommend doing that. You know, it's hard enough as surviving as artists, and so if you can get an original work of art from a living artist, I think that's a great way to support. Though I'm not very good at doing that myself. So now I'm trying to think about where the sacrum would be, the end of the bottom of the spine, where the, you know, these the anatomy around this back area. Trying to think about, in this pose, where would things be, and as best I can lay out those forms. There's kind of a butterfly, like a rounded shape that comes out and then down again around the glutes. It kind of curves like this and then loops here. Same thing on the other side, rounded and then rounded around here like butterfly wings. I don't know if you can see that. And so I'm trying to think, okay, like where does that end? How does that transfer to the lower back? And then trying to blend the forms in a way that feels feminine, because if you make the anatomy too profound, like the individual muscles or the muscle striations or things like that, then it starts to look more masculine, which is not what I want for this one. You know, you get that kind of that muscular feel, which is not what I'm looking for. Maybe I should turn the other light on. Let me turn that light on so we can get some more light around this side right here. Try not to knock everything over as I'm going. So he's asking, do you like sculpting really buff women? I think buff makes it sound like enhanced by steroids. I'd say like I think, you know, natural, healthy but strong. You know, the most of the references that I save are of like ballerinas, but then there's also fitness fit models that I think are very interesting. It is, you know, as an artist, it is interesting to be able to see the anatomy, but you know, with female athletes, if you get to a certain level of physical, like low body fat, where you don't have a lot of body fat, you start to look less feminine, so more masculine. And so that's something that's not only I think, a little bit less attractive, but then it's also unhealthy. So women, especially women that compete at really high levels, they'll often become they'll become infertile. They'll have issues with their regular cycles and things because they lose a lot of body fat that helps regulate their hormones and everything. So you definitely can get to a stage where you become unhealthy. And I wouldn't want to promote that as the ideal. Like, I think the ideal feminine is healthy. I think the ideal masculine is healthy as well. Though, I guess, as I was saying, sometimes I push that. I mean, like, technically, a lot of bodybuilders, male bodybuilders, are not super healthy because of the drugs that are involved in the extreme weight loss and, cutting and, getting to the point where you can see the muscle striations and all that. That's not that healthy of a thing. But it does help when you're studying anatomy. The sacrifice that these people have gone through to really bring out the anatomy is helpful when you're trying to learn as a student, or just, as somebody that wants to be able to see and observe the anatomy. So I do find that interesting. But I think, with women, I just want to, sculpt healthy, beautiful looking women, because I think that that's good. I think it's a good thing to kind of celebrate being healthy. I didn't know low fat can do that for women. Yeah, it happens to a lot of like Olympic athletes when they're like sprinters or things like that. They actually will become infertile for a time. Hopefully it comes back, but it is a lot of stress that they're putting on their bodies. And women, that subcutaneous fat that women have that creates a softer look on the figure, because it rounds off all of those muscle transitions from muscle to muscle, and so softens everything. And women have more of that fat, as partly because it helps with bearing children. It helps when they're pregnant, and when they're breastfeeding, gives them an extra source of calories to draw from, which is more essential than for men. They generally don't have to deal with that issue of making sure that the next generation survives based on their own, being able to provide those calories with their own body. So just naturally, women kind of, to be healthy, need just a little bit more fat than men. But obviously, that can quickly, especially, today, and when we have such an abundance of calories, that extra fat can become unhealthy very quickly as well. And so that's why I think, you can go to the extreme on either way. And either way is unhealthy. Same thing with like anorexia. If you're not eating anything and you could become so skinny that your skeleton is showing through, that's very it's very unattractive because it's unhealthy. It doesn't look good. It looks basically skeletal, and so I think the best thing to represent as the ideal is healthy, like being healthy, a healthy amount of muscle, a healthy amount of fat. But I do think most men and women should exercise more, should work on building their skeletal muscles more, because we're finding out more and more the benefits of that. Part of the benefits are physical, just being able to move yourself around as you age and things like that. But then a large part of it is mental, that your muscles actually release chemicals that help with depression. They're kind of natural antidepressants that your muscles release as you exercise, and there's many other benefits to it. And so I think And everybody knows that they should exercise. Everybody knows that they should eat well and exercise, but it is difficult. It's a thing that takes discipline. And we don't really have to anymore. We used to have to. You had to go out and women had to walk miles to go get water for the day and bring that water back. And in some places in the world, women still have to do that. And men had to go hunting and had to track down animals. But now we can choose not to do that. We don't have to do that. So we have to basically artificially create these environments where we're moving heavy things and putting some strain on our muscles just to keep them from going away. And but that stress, that exercise is good for us. Let's see. So I work on it from the back view. I was kind of moving things around, and then I'm coming to the front and, doing the same, trying to move things to where I feel like they're working. Okay, well, I think I'm going to leave it there for today. This is kind of a look at where we're at right now. If you're interested in sculpting, I hope you'll check out my sculpting courses. The Figure Sculpting Fundamentals course is a great place to start. There's links for that in the description. There's a free PDF that you can get that has an assignment checklist with all of the free lessons on it. And so if you're interested in that, you think, oh, I might like to learn sculpting, then you can check out that PDF and all of the free lessons. You can do those lessons. You can create a free account over at Proco.com and submit images of those assignments to get feedback from the sculpture community over at Proco. And I hope you do that if you are interested, because that will help you improve, and it's a great resource. So consider doing that if you are interested. If you'd like to support the channel in other ways, there's my ebooks, An Artist's X-Ray Vision, the male figure and the female figure. So those have helpful diagrams, things visual, like cheat codes that I've found to be useful when it comes to the figure. So you can also check those out. If you're interested in sculpting with me in person, I'm going to try to get some sculpting workshops going here in Iowa. If you can make the trip and travel and come sculpt with me, then that'll be coming up hopefully in the summer of 2025. And so if you're interested in that, keep an eye out for more information on that. I'm still working on the details, but that should be a fun thing, and I look forward to hopefully sculpting with some of you guys in person. And yeah, in the meantime, I hope you can stay creative and stay productive. And hopefully I'll see you again soon in another video. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna be doing another live stream. Let me make sure everything looks good in the on YouTube. Let's get that going. All right, welcome to today's live stream. Today is January 20th, 2024. 2025. We are in 2025. And yeah, if you guys have any questions, I'll try to keep my eyes. We're going to be live streaming on Instagram and YouTube, so the YouTube feed usually is a little bit higher quality. Let me get comfortable. Make sure we can see everything. Good morning, 2025. Yeah, man. 2024 just went by, and now it's 2025. So, but hello. Yeah, if you have questions, if you're on Instagram or watching on YouTube, just let me know, and I'll try to answer any questions that I see. I'll try to keep my eye on both of those. And just going to be sculpting on this female figure sculpture. We're going to be working on some of the details, and I found a reference. I think it's the same model, though I'm not positive. From a different angle. It's a little bit different of a pose, but it's close enough that we can use it for some of the details, some of the other details of the stomach from the front. So I'm going to be using that a little bit, and then just inventing a lot of information for this one. Buenos dias, says somebody on YouTube. Buenos dias. Good morning. Or good day. Yeah, I guess it's still morning before noon, my time. Nice job. Somebody says on Instagram. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's coming along. Is there a cell app to compare the volume of the sculpture against the image? Yeah, the app that I like to use is called DaVinci Eye. DaVinci Eye app. And that one works great to, it just allows you to overlay the image with the camera of your phone or iPad or whatever you're using, or tablet or whatever. I think it's available in on the Apple Store and Android, but I'm not positive on that because I have the iPhone. But DaVinci Eye is the app that I like to use. It's a paid app, so you have to purchase it. I'm not sure if there's a free app that does the same thing, but for me it was worth it because I use it all the time. I'm not using it for this one, but yeah, that's an app that I've used, and it's a great tool for just helping you to make sure things are in the right place if you're working from reference images. Thanks, I use the iPhone, says the person asking about that app. Yeah, the DaVinci Eye app, I find it really useful. Use it all the time. Not for this one, but if I'm doing a longer sculpture. And then the place where I like to get most references, if you need like the full figure turnaround references, I like Pose Space because they have 24 angles of each pose. And so that's the where I like to purchase reference images if I need one of a pose. Now, the issue with that is, they only have the poses they have, so if you have a specific pose in mind, you can maybe find something similar, but probably not the exact pose you're looking for, so you may have to, sometimes you have to take references yourself. But if you're looking for a place that has references, then that's a good one. Let's see. Hi, Andrew. Somebody says hello. Welcome to the live stream. Make sure I didn't miss any comments. I don't think I did. Yeah, if you guys have questions, let me know. I love your sculptures so much. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, they're fun to make. Yes, I have some questions. Yeah, go ahead. I will answer them to the best of my ability. So I'm working on this one. Which clay do you use? This is Chavant NSP Medium Clay is what I'm using right now. Chavant NSP Medium Clay. It's the clay that I recommend if people want to, well, it's my favorite. I really like working with this clay, but it's a little bit more expensive. You can also get just cheap non-dry modeling clay from places like Dollar Tree. They have some that comes in a bunch of colors, and then I just melt it down to get a consistent color. Sometimes I'll take out the darker ones. Same thing with Hobby Lobby. They have a non-dry modeling clay that's also very cheap. I prefer the non-drying clays because they are reusable, so I can use them over and over again. But they do require mold making, so if you're not interested in that, then maybe a polymer clay might be a better fit for you. But so far, this is the clay that I really enjoy using. Okay, and have you worked on big projects? Yeah, I've done some large sculptures in stone. I think the largest stone sculpture I did the piece of stone started out at about 1,000, it was like 1,200 pounds, and by the time I finished, it was like 800, maybe like 600 or something, 600 or 700 pounds. But that one, it was more simple. It was kind of an abstract figure, so it wasn't like a life-size realistic figure. But I have worked on larger projects. Like, I remember your self-portrait sculpture, but others... yeah, the self-portrait was a life-size. I did one life-size self-portrait. It wasn't the best sculpture that I've ever done, but it worked for what I was doing, which was a demo, and I got to a place where I was happy with it, but I'd still like to go back and fix up some of the issues with that one. I'm an Indian sculpture student. Well, that's from somebody else that was saying, yeah, there's actually quite a few people that are interested in sculpting from India, which is great. Yeah, I think sculpting's great. Basically, I'm a charcoal artist, but I also love to make sculptures. Yeah, I think 2D and 3D art definitely plays off of each other, especially when you're working with figurative in both of them. You know, as you learn more about the figure, whether it's sculpting or drawing and painting, you just get better at representing the figure. So I was thinking with this one, it might be cool to sculpt it in stone, but each of the parts of the figure are touching the stone, so it's like a box of stone where it's touching here, touching here, touching here, and the foot's touching, so that it gives support so that you can have these thinner areas, but the stone is like the frame, and then inside is the figure, so you can only see the figure from like this side view or the other side view. Something like that might be cool. I've never done anything like that before, but could be a fun project. Hello everyone, says somebody on YouTube. Hello, welcome to the live stream. It's kind of calm today. I used to make sculptures in my classroom with rubber clay to amaze my friends. Oh yeah, that's fun. With rubber clay, is it like rubber, like the rubber erasers, kneaded rubber erasers? Those are fun to mess around with. Exactly, kneaded eraser. Yeah, kneaded eraser is fun. It's a cool thing. Somebody's asking, how is the teaching method there in India? Is it a 5-year course? I guess asking the other person that was talking about that they're studying sculpture in India. Do you use it to make all the muscles or just bumps? Talking about, I guess, the clay that I'm laying in. Yeah, I try to lay in the clay along the direction of the muscles that I'm observing. So I'm trying to be thoughtful on where I place pieces of clay, not just place it wherever, but think about where the muscles would be and how it would translate. This clay is pretty stiff right now. The Chavant medium clay is a little bit hard for a lot of people tell me that it's hard, especially when it's like right out of the block when it's new. You have to kind of work it to soften it. And so I keep some in my hand so that it softens and then I can use it, but every time I pinch it off, like my thumb starts to get sore after a while of pinching off the clay. I love watching your YouTube videos. The Proko is my favorite person. Like, he has all the courses that I want. Yeah, his stuff is great. I'm really fortunate to be able to work with him, and he's been able to create some great courses and courses in collaboration with other people, including myself and many other great artists. So there's pretty much a course on any artistic subject you can imagine, and so that's a cool thing. I bet sculptors are great at thumb wars. Yeah, well, yeah, you can see that thenar eminence, this muscle of the thumb, does get more defined as you're squishing out clay. Though I guess you could just soften the clay and then you don't have to work so hard. That's probably a smarter way to go about it. But I don't have time for that. So I just sculpt it. It's firm. Well, the fun fact is I don't have any of his courses. They're so expensive. Well, you know, it's expensive compared to some other art courses, but if you compare it to, like, you know, taking art in college, studying it at the college level, it's not that expensive. And I think his courses are better than most college level courses. As long as you have the discipline to actually go through and do the courses, follow through and do the lessons and the assignments and all of that. That's the tricky part, is actually doing it. Yeah, he got quality in his videos. Yeah, for sure. And he puts out so much free stuff, so much free content that you can learn a lot just from the free content, which I do the same. I have a lot of free, especially on the Proco 3D channel. All the free lessons for the sculpting courses are there, so it definitely helps for those that don't have the resources to invest in a full course. They can still learn a lot. But it still takes the discipline to actually grab some clay and sculpt. Yeah, who else gives 3D models in their courses? No one, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty, for them to develop their own 3D models for references for artists is kind of a rare thing. So I think they can afford to, or they can justify being a premium product, a premium course, or a higher end product that they charge a little bit more than your average course. I watch your videos, learned a lot from you. Big respect, sir. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate the support. It definitely helps the algorithm when people watch the content and engage with it. So I'm appreciative. And there's also, if you're interested in sculpting, and I try to mention it during these live streams, there's free PDFs. So there's one on portrait sculpting, and there's one on the figure sculpting course. Free PDFs that have all of the free lessons, links to all the free lessons, and the premium lessons. So if you've got the premium course, you can still get the free PDF. And then you can just check off those as you go through and do the assignments. You can even create a free account at Proco.com. And so there's really no excuse, even if you don't have the money to invest in a full course. If you have just a little bit of time every day that you can sculpt, then you can learn. You can learn to get better at sculpting. There's lots of resources for that. Hi, I'm from HK. Nice to meet you. HK is at Hong Kong. Nice to meet you. Yeah, we got people watching from all over the world. That's great. Yeah, I have my account on Proco. It's free. But where will I get those PDFs? It's in the link in my bio. So if you go to the link in my bio on Instagram, and then down to the like figure sculpting PDF, portrait sculpting PDF, then you can download those for free. They're over on my Gumroad page, so I've recently tried to switch from where I was to Gumroad, and so that's where I have my where I'm selling, or not. Well, I do have some e-products that I'm selling, but where I have those available, you can if you find value in it, you can donate. It gives you an option to pay for it, but it's free, so you just put 0 if you want to get those for free, and then you can get those PDFs, assignment checklist PDF, and yeah, I hope you take advantage if you're interested. Love your work, man. I'm from Brazil. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Your works are amazing. Thanks. It's night here in my country. Oh, wow. Yeah, right now it's just around getting close to noon. It's 11 a.m. here. Almost noon. I'd like to have this arm align with the foot and the head, so I'm kind of working on getting those to align. How can I better study my anatomy and my sculptures? Well, I really like the anatomy stuff on the Proco 3D YouTube channel. So, like going through there and maybe like watching those video lessons on whatever part of anatomy you're struggling with, and then trying to apply that or even use that as a reference as you're sculpting and like lay in the muscles. Eventually I'd like to do an anatomy crochet course, and so maybe that'll be something that I do this year. We'll see if I get around to it, but building a course is, it takes a while, and it's kind of difficult, but it is something that I think students could benefit from, so that's something I might be doing. But yeah, it's just a matter of like studying it, trying to, as you're sculpting just a normal figure, just be paying attention and try to think about, okay, where is this muscle coming from, where is it going to, and what's the shape of the muscle from different angles. And as you practice, you just get better. So a lot of it's just building the muscle memory of laying in those muscle groups. So same, but 11 p.m. because we're directly opposite side of the world. I'm from Asia, you're from America. Yeah, that's cool that could be on the other side of the world, yet engaged through technology. Technology is pretty incredible. It's basically like magic. Well, I guess it's more like, scientific development, but to a lot of people this would have seemed impossible. But here we are. Here we are. Does drawing help studying sculpture? Yeah, absolutely. And if you're interested in anatomy, doing some anatomy study drawings, but I think sculpting anatomy is a good way to go. But yeah, if drawing helps with sculpting and sculpting helps with drawing, they kind of feed off of each other as visual arts. And especially if you're studying the figure in both of those, then they can definitely help. They as you learn to represent the figure in 3D, then you can also do it better in 2D, I find. This foot probably needs to come a little bit. I'm going to imagine that the foot is against something right here. Same thing with this foot. Let's put it as if it's touching the ceiling. Andrew, have you used the book Anatomy for Sculptors? Are there any books that you would recommend for studying anatomy? Anatomy for Sculptors, I think I have a digital version of that book. I think I got a digital version of it a while ago. And yeah, that's a great reference. Really nice. reference. I like the way that they approach things in that book. So yeah, I could recommend that if you're interested in a book that goes over anatomy for sculptors and kind of the way that sculptors think, how to approach sculpting. Yeah, definitely a helpful resource. What's the material you're using? This is Chavant NSP medium clay. And so it's a good good type of clay, one of my favorites. Who are your reference artists today? Like, who is the reference from? Like the reference photo? Let's see. This is John Barrett is the photographer, I think, for this one. But if you're asking like what artists inspire me, yeah, there's a lot. I really like Leroy Transfield. He's a sculptor that I've worked with. He's in Utah. I wish I was still around him because I really liked I like his style and methods. And then Eric Arneson's another modern sculptor that I really like his work. But there's so many, great, talented sculptors. Another one that comes to mind is Sabin Howard. Is that what it is? Sabin Howard, I think, if I remember correctly. And he's doing a monument, like a World War II monument sculpture. And I love his approach to the anatomy and the features and face, and he just is so talented with what he does, and his way of finding the form is very very well done. But you can just look on my Instagram, the artists that I follow, those are the ones that inspire me. The artists and creators that I like. I mean, I don't just follow artists on Instagram, but a lot of the artists and sculptors that I do follow are people that I find to be really talented. Can you show a casting step by step for another time? Like the casting process if you've already made a mold, or the mold making process. The mold making process is kind of tricky, though. Maybe I could show some of that during live streams and keep those up. But the casting process once the mold is made, that's something that maybe I could show during a live stream, though it takes a little bit for the sculpture to set up. Have you ever thought about taking a collectibles course, or do you just like classical sculpture? Collectibles like action figures and those types of things. Collectibles course? I don't know. Like, have I thought about taking a course, a sculpting course from somebody that does collectibles? I don't know. Yeah, I'm a little bit more interested in classical technique, classical sculpture, kind of that classical tradition. Figurative tradition. So that is probably something that I'm just more interested in the classical part of it. Let's see. I feel like the center line is a little bit off on this one. Trying to decide what I need to move. Yeah, somebody's asking what's defined as collectibles. Yeah, so I guess like action figure type things. Yeah, I'm just more interested in classical sculpture. So even if I was to do some sort of my own rendition of character design for some sort of existing IP, intellectual property, I'd probably do it in a classical style, or in my own style, the style that I like. Nice job, says somebody. I like it. I work in ZBrush software. I created cartoons and characters. Yeah, that's fun, and you know, probably maybe an easier thing to market. So that's a fun thing to create. Have you heard of the Shiflett brothers? I think so. I think I might follow them somewhere. Sounds familiar. Like sculpting. They're like brothers that are both into sculpting. I think I've seen their stuff around, and I might follow them on Instagram, though it might have been my old Instagram that I lost, and so I don't know if I'm following them anymore. They sound familiar. I've seen artists mix the two techniques and do great work. That would be cool. So beautiful, somebody says. Thank you. What's your thoughts on when the texture is finished? Like, what stylized license do you take as an artist versus accurate depiction? Well, I prefer a lightly tooled texture if I do a texture at all. I actually don't mind like a rough, sketchy texture like this. I don't mind it. I think it's kind of cool and fun, especially if the forms, you know, feel like they're working. But most people, they want a little bit more finished of a texture. But even when I'm finishing, I'll usually just, it'll be something, you know, I'll work on it. Oh, it's got some different colored clay on it. I'll just do, you know, something like this where I'm just rolling the tool over the surface, and so it's not exactly like 100% accurate of a texture. I like where I can still see these soft tool marks. So that's kind of the, generally in clay, this is the texture that I like. Just kind of smoothing things out, finding the form, but keeping things relatively simple, not going in and being hyper obsessive about the texture. Maybe it's partly just because I don't enjoy texturing as much as some artists. I don't feel like it adds a lot of beauty to the sculpture or interest, and that's just my opinion and just, you know, the way that I choose to go about my sculptures. But there are some artists, you know, that get super into the texture, and they create a texture that's very lifelike. And I definitely respect that because I realize how much work has to go into that. But for me, I just like a little bit looser of a texture. Can you show the piece on its side? I don't know, like this way, or like a turnaround maybe. You want to see the piece from different angles. Yeah, it's kind of hard when you're just looking at it on a screen to really understand the sculpture from all angles. But yeah, this piece will probably end up being a standing piece. Something like this. Then if I was to do this in stone, it might be cool to have like the stone come down here to support over here. Or maybe even just surrounded in stone. I don't know. I'd have to figure that out. Have you ever been to another country just to show your work? No, the shows that I've done are in the United States, but in Colorado, so it's still an 8-hour drive to get there. So it's like, if you're in Europe or something, an 8-hour drive is you'd go through several countries. So, but it's just states in the United States. So the United States is really big. So I have traveled, I've traveled a while, but I haven't traveled outside of the United States to show my work or to do like workshops or anything. Though I'm open to it if there was, a organization that wanted to do a week-long workshop or something in another country, and they were willing to pay for everything and make it worth my while, then I'd be open to it. But it's just not something that I've looked into or tried to pursue. Okay, well, I think I'm going to leave it about there for today. I've gotten a little bit more work done. It looks a little bit better than it was before, which is the goal of every sculpting session, but it takes a while. I started this one during these live streams, and so you can see that if you just set aside an hour a day, after a couple days, you get something that starts to take shape, and it's really fun. So if you're interested, be sure to check out my free PDFs on figure sculpting, and it has all the free lessons. It's an assignment checklist where you can get all the free lessons, and you can go and do those lessons, and you can even submit your work with a free account over at Proko.com. And then if you like the free stuff, then I hope you'll invest in the full course on the figure sculpting. There's also one on portrait sculpting, as well as a free PDF on portrait sculpting, and hand sculpting, which is my most recent course. So if you're interested in sculpting, I hope you'll check out those resources. I've worked hard on those, and hopefully you'll find them useful. If you have any questions or anything, let me know, or suggestions for future lessons on YouTube or on Instagram or wherever. Reach out and let me know, and I'll try to take those into consideration, though I can't do every suggestion that people have. But yeah, this was fun. It's coming along. It'll be hopefully a good maquette or a small model for a larger piece or a piece in stone or something like that. So I'm liking how it's coming along. Somebody's saying I'd like to share my work if you're okay with it. Yeah, the best place to do that is over at Proko.com by creating a free account and then just submitting images of your work under the assignments. You can also reach out on Instagram, but I don't always have time to respond to those. But if you do, just reach out and share images. And I can't always give a critique because that takes a little bit longer, but I like to see student work, so I'd definitely be interested in seeing that. All right, thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys can stay creative and stay productive. Just trying to do the same. Here's another look at that sculpture where it's at right now after a couple sessions. It's coming together slowly, and so yeah, I'll keep working on that. All right, see you later. Instagram now. Okay, welcome to today's sculpting session. I'm going to be streaming on YouTube and then also on Instagram. And I just want to start off with mentioning that if you haven't checked out the free PDFs there's one for the figure sculpting course. It's an assignment checklist, has all of the assignments for the figure sculpting course and the free lessons, as well as the premium lessons. But if you're interested in sculpting and you're not ready to invest in the full courses, you can start off with all of the free content, and it's a great place to start improving your skills when it comes to sculpting in clay, if that's something that you're interested in. And I hope you'll check that out. If you're on YouTube, you can find it in the link in the description. If you're on Instagram, the link in my bio, you can get those free PDFs and start improving your sculpting abilities. Today I'm just going to be working on maybe texturing a little bit on this sculpture the design that I'm working on. So he says, "That's cool. Hello, sir. Yeah, welcome. If you have any questions, please let me know if you're on Instagram or if you're on YouTube. Either way, I can try to address those as I'm working. But yeah, we'll just go ahead and get into it. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not going off screen with either of these. Oh, let me make sure I'm zoomed in. So yeah, those sculpting PDFs for the portrait sculpting course and for the figure sculpting course are a great resource for any artist interested in sculpting. So I hope you'll check those out. And yeah, if you're not subscribed to the channel, if you're watching on Instagram, then you might consider doing that, and that helps me out. Let's see, I think I'm going to let me just continue to work on this. I don't have the reference images today that I was working on, so today I'm just kind of trying to work out the texture and basically smooth out the clay that I've already put in place. I'm not going to be moving things around too much, or I'm going to try not to, because I don't have those references to work from, and I don't want to mess things up. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. Do you listen to music when you sculpt, and if so, what type? Usually I don't. Usually I'm listening to like some sort of podcast. I prefer that, or sometimes an ebook or things like that. So I'm not huge into listening to music, but if I do, it'll usually be something. I don't know. I like classical music. I like some of the soft rock from the 80s or 70s, 80s, some stuff from the 90s, but I don't know, my music, I like songs here and there, but I don't have like a genre of music that I am that I favor over other genres. Well, I'm not huge into country music for whatever reason. That just never pulled my attention. But mostly I listen to podcasts and things like that. Loved your YouTube videos, especially an artist's X-ray vision. Oh yeah, that's a good one. If you're interested, if you want a good piece of content to watch, there's a video that's called five visual hacks for artists you can't unsee, and that's a YouTube video that actually performed pretty well on my channel. It's one of my top performing videos, and it just goes over some helpful diagrams and like visual cheat codes, I guess you could call them, hacks to look for. And if you look for those, and when you see those, then it can really help you address difficult areas of the body. So we talk about a couple of those. There's one for the ebook. There's one for the male figure, one for the female figure, and it's just a bunch of those visual tools or hacks to help you see the figure better. Please make a book, an artist's X-ray vision. Just love the those YouTube videos. Yeah, there's an ebook. There's an ebook out. So there's not a physical book right now, but there is an ebook, and you can find links to that in my bio. If you're on Instagram and if you're on YouTube, there's links in the description. There's one for the male figure, one for the female figure, and it's just called an artist's X-ray vision. I'm going to remove the drapery for a little bit just to work on the details here. Or maybe I won't. Or maybe we'll just say that it's tighter. But yeah, there's an artist's X-ray vision is an ebook. I haven't gotten a physical version done yet, but I'd like to eventually. But yeah, that's a great resource. Those are around $10 for those ebooks, and they have a bunch of things that I found useful as an artist. So I hope you'll check those out if you're interested in that kind of stuff. He says, cool, I like either 80s hair and black gospel stuff. So talking about music. Yep, there's a bunch of music out there. A bunch of different tastes. But I'm hesitant to, I don't know, people have very strong feelings about music, and I feel like classical goes better with sculpting. So if I was to do some music during these live streams, it'd probably just be classical music. But I can't find a place that just has the copyright-free classical music. It's always like copyrighted to the orchestra or whoever produced it. So I need to find a place where I can just play classical, because the music itself is in public domain, but the specific versions of the song are sometimes copyrighted. Oh wait, what happened? It looks like I was streaming on YouTube. Now it looks like I'm not. Let me see what happened. Somebody's watching from India on YouTube. Oh, okay. It looks like I am streaming, so made me nervous. feel like I might have built up the chest a little bit much, so I'm just gonna trim that down a little bit too extreme. Will you totally smooth the sculpture or keep certain areas rough? I'll probably try to smooth it out for the most part. This is mainly just going to be a reference for a larger sculpture, so I don't have to. I don't have to smooth it out entirely. I just have to kind of know where things are and the basic form of everything. So I could even leave it, more untextured. But I probably will end up smoothing things out just a little bit more. It's good you're still live. Oh yeah, I guess for some reason it exited out of the page, so I didn't know if it stopped the live stream. Because I wasn't seeing the live stream, but it was still streaming on software, so. But technical issues are not super uncommon. Let's see, so this is like stretching. She's like stretching, and then also the gravity is pulling down in the chest rather than up, and so the breasts are going to behave a little bit differently than they would otherwise. So I'm trying to keep that in mind as I'm shaping things. The chest. Amazing work, Andrew. Somebody says, watching from New York. Oh, nice. New York. I have not been to New York. But there's quite a few artists, a big art scene up there. I've competed with some artists from New York. There were some in a recent competition, the portrait sculpting competition that I did recently. Or some New York-based artists. Have you listened to music by Benny Goodman before? I love listening to his music while drawing. Doesn't sound familiar, so I might have to look him up. Benny Goodman. Benny Goodman, yeah, I don't think I'm familiar. Though I'm not very good with names, again. I guess I should be. Everybody should be good with names. It's like the most important thing you could know about somebody. And I'm not disciplined enough to practice it. So I'm trying to think about what's going on, how this would behave. I'm back, Andrew. Welcome back. Yeah, I'll try. For some of the processes, or some of the process of some of these live streams, I'll try to put up either the video after, or maybe do a like a time lapse of some of these, because it's kind of fun to see a little bit higher definition, because on the streaming it is not super high definition, so it's kind of hard to see what's going on. See, I'm going to do the same thing I did with the chest and kind of remove the drapery just to work on the anatomy a little bit, so I can kind of know what's going on. And then I can put the drapery back after. I find that to be an easier way to go about things. I did a figure sculpture just the size of what you're doing right now. It was made of air dry clay. When it was done, I realized that the wire ending was too short to get fixed on a plate. Any thoughts? So you want to like attach it to something, and it's air dry clay. Well, I don't know. I mean, you might just drill it, drill and then maybe glue a wire in place. I haven't worked with air dry clay, so I couldn't say exactly the best way to go about working with it once it's dried. But you might try, just drilling it and then gluing it in place. Let's see, I felt like the center line here was a little bit off. That's important to get right. The belly button might be a little bit higher than what I have. Just going to move it up a little bit. See that it's like right there. So do you buy your tools or make them yourself? Some of the tools I bought. So this one's, I think, called a dab tool. sculpting tool. It's got kind of this spatula shaped end. At least that's what people commented. And that one I just purchased. This butter knife, I just purchased. It's just a flat butter knife. Works well. This tool is one that I've made by taking a paper clamp, the end of a paper clamp off, and then attaching it into a pen, just epoxying it in place. And so these ends, you can also use paper clips, but these are the end of some paper clamps, some cheap ones that I got from Dollar Tree. I'd say it's good to be able to know how to make your own tools, but you can also just buy a cheap set of sculpting tools and they work fine. Material, somebody's asking, this is Chavant NSP medium clay. It's an oil and wax based clay, so it doesn't dry out, so I don't have to worry about covering it or anything between sessions. And it's not for firing or making a permanent sculpture, it's for mold making and casting. And it works good. I recommend some sort of reusable clay for students just because it's reusable. So I think we'll imagine that, so in the actual reference, I think she had a two-piece like swimsuit on, but I think we'll imagine it as like a leotard, like a gymnast leotard. It comes over here. It goes up. Did you ever finish the sculpture of my favorite person ever, Jesus? The Jesus Christ sculpture that I have, no, I haven't finished it. In fact, it's just right here. I can show for those wondering. Oh, I wonder if I can grab it without knocking things over. Let's see. I can show where that is at. I can move it without making a mess. Okay. So this one is, maybe I'll do a live stream with this one at some point, because this one is fun to, or has also been a fun sculpture. A little bit larger scale of a sculpture. You can see that one. So this one's supposed to be like the risen Christ, showing the wounds in his hands from the cross, the prints of the nails in his hands. So to finish this one, I still need to texture basically all of the drapery, and then finish the hands, redo some of the details of the face and the hair. So it's just a lot of texturing that needs to be done, but it's, here you can see the point where it's at. Just needs a lot of texturing. Then this one also I would like to maybe do in stone. We'll see if it ends up being this one or which one. I can only do a few pieces in stone before I have the sculpture show. I only have time to do a few pieces, but I think I would like this one to be one of them, because it's I've liked how it's coming along, but it's tricky. The texture takes a long time. Drapery is tricky, and so I still need to work out some details. Maybe tomorrow we'll do a live stream working on that one, because that is a fun sculpture and a good one. I feel like it's coming along nicely. But yeah, I have so many sculptures and projects going on that I have to finish one, and then I start other ones, and so I really just need to work on finishing what I start. He's looking good. Yeah, he's it's coming along. Yeah, maybe tomorrow I'll work on that one. Just texturing. Will you vlog the sculpture show? Yeah, I might. I'll try to do that. I did a little bit of it last time, but maybe I'll try to do it again and maybe a little bit more, film a little bit more during the show. It's a fun show, the sculpture in the park. Is there any way I can make my dark clay lighter? It's plasticine. So really the only way to do it is to, I mean, it's a lot easier to make clay darker than it is to make it lighter. So yeah, you probably just want to get like some white plasticine clay and then mix it in. Or you might just want to get some white plasticine clay and then mix in a little bit of the dark gray until you get the color that you like, because again, the dark pigment is a lot stronger than the white when it comes to clay. It's a lot easier to darken clay than to lighten it. So you might just get some white or really light colored plasticine clay and then mix a little bit of the gray in until you get the color that you're going for. That's what I would recommend. I pray you win. Oh, so it's a sculpture. So the sculpture show is not a competition. I'm thinking of it's the one I'm thinking that I would want to get some more stone sculptures finished for. But it's not a competition. It's just a sculpting show where I sell the work. But yeah. And would paint help when it comes to lightning sculptures? No, I don't. I can't think of any paint that would work well with plasticine clay. Just because they're oil and wax based. So, I mean, pigments can make it darker, but again, if you're trying to lighten it, then that's the opposite of what you want to do. So yeah, I would just try to get some lighter clay and then add the dark clay to it, or vice versa, until it becomes light enough. I'll try that. Yeah, I like your sculpture. Thank you. Appreciate it. I wanted to try paint, but I think it would be very messy. Yeah, I don't know if paint would work. I think it might. And I guess it depends on the paint. I mean, maybe oil paint. Maybe white oil paint could be added to it. But then I don't know if the oils would mix with the oils in the clay, and if they would affect the clay or what would happen. So I guess if you try that, just do it with small amounts, so you don't risk wasting clay or wasting a lot of clay. You could just test it out on a small amount. If you have some sort of oil-based paint, but then I don't know if it would dry or what would happen, because I've never done that. But it sounds like an interesting experiment. Yeah, I'll try the white clay. Yeah, I think that's probably the best bet, is just getting some cheap or similar brand clay that you got and adding some white to it. Or adding the gray to the white or white to the gray. Somebody says, what about grinding up white chalk and mixing it with the clay when they're trying to darken clay? Maybe try taking a very small piece of clay and testing it out. I would probably not recommend that, just because it'll change the consistency of the clay if you mix any type of powder with it. I mean, you could try, and there's clay recipes. You could even try like cornstarch or something like that, but I think it would change the consistency of the clay to the point where it would not feel the same at all, and so I would be hesitant to recommend that. I mean, you could try it and see if it works, but again, yeah, you'd want to do it to a small amount. Make sure you don't ruin a bunch of clay that you're using. So yeah, I'm all for experimenting. I love experimenting with clay, but just make sure you do those in small samples so that you don't waste a lot of clay if it doesn't end up working out. I'm a Korean subscriber, and your videos really help me with my sculpture studies. If possible, I'd really appreciate it if you could tell me how to make an Asians? How to make an Asians? Oh, I'm not sure. Asians. ASIANS? NS? ASIANS. Asians? I'm not sure what that's referring to, like a type of sculpture or something. I don't know. Well, I'm glad that you found the content helpful. Yeah, if you're looking for like sculpting a specific type of sculpture or something, I mean, the sculpting principles are universal. So once you learn the basics and can understand and apply those, then you can apply it to whatever you're sculpting, and you have much more likelihood of finding success. So yeah, I would just continue to try to learn from the courses. Get the free PDF for the Figure Sculpting Fundamentals course and go through those lessons and practice with whatever type of sculpting you'd like to do. And that way you can become a better artist, a better sculptor. Okay, I'm going to, I think we're going to end it around here. So we've worked out the texture a little bit, and it's coming along. Still need to work on the arms, the hands, the feet, the legs, the face. Still got quite a bit to develop, but it's a fun pose, a fun gesture, kind of an exaggerated curvy pose. Those are fun to sculpt. Again, if you're interested, be sure to check out the PDFs, the free PDFs on figure sculpting and portrait sculpting that have links to the free lessons, and you can also submit images of those assignments with a free account over at Proca.com to share your work, and I love it when students do that. I love seeing people's work. My ebooks, An Artist's X-Ray Vision on the male figure and the female figure, are a great resource for just figurative art in general. And if you're interested, I hope you'll check those out and consider investing in those, because that helps me out tremendously. And I really appreciate anybody that purchases those ebooks. All right, till next time, I'm going to keep these live streams up for January, and then in February I'll kind of reassess and see if I want to keep doing them daily, or if I want to, do a schedule that's a little bit different. But it has been good to be more consistent with these, and so we'll keep going. And let me know if if you found value in them, and I'll take that into consideration. But all right, that'll be it for today. Thank you, guys. I'll see you around. All right, welcome to today's live stream. I'm going to be live streaming on Instagram as well as on my YouTube channel. If you're interested in sculpting, I hope you'll check out the links in my bio if you're on Instagram, or the links in the description if you're on YouTube. I'm going to be continuing my work on this acrobat female figure study sculpture that I was working on or that I started during these live streams. And so if you'd like to see the process of sculpting it up to this point, you can find all of those live streams on my YouTube channel. And so those have been from the past little while. Yeah, if you have questions, let me know as I'm going. I'll try to keep an eye out for those questions. And I'll just be working primarily on texturing and getting some of the details established on this one. I'm going to take it off of the base just because I'll mess up the wrists if I leave it there, because I'll be moving around a lot. Maybe I'll also work on the portrait a little bit, and for that I'm not going to use reference. I'll just kind of invent the portrait. So yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing. People are saying hi, hello, welcome. And again, if you have questions, just let me know. I'll try to answer those as best I can while I'm sculpting. Let me move this a little bit closer so that you can see what I'm working on. And this one as well. Sir, why do you use a mirror while sculpting? There's a mirror right here. It's just so that people on my YouTube can see my face. People have mentioned that they prefer when they can see me while I'm sculpting, and so it's just directed at the camera so that while I'm talking and while I'm sculpting, people can see that there's that connection there, which people have mentioned that they prefer. So it's just for that. It's not pointing at the Instagram camera just because I can only point a mirror at one. So I want a translation. I would like to understand. But I'm an Arab and I find it difficult. You can look on my YouTube channel, so the Andrew Joseph Keith YouTube channel. Though I guess if you can't understand this, then this isn't much help. But I believe they have live translations for the live streams that you can activate on YouTube. I'm not positive about that, but it looks like some of those are able to be translated live or after the fact using AI, so it's not a perfect translation probably, but it's better than nothing. So if you're watching this in another language, then or if you speak another language other than English, then you might try watching this on my YouTube channel, the Andrew Joseph Keith YouTube channel, and those lives, I believe, you can translate. So, technology, pretty amazing. What clay are you using? This is Chavant NSP medium clay. Going to be adding the ears. Do you have a YouTube channel? Yes, it's Andrew Joseph Keith. So if you just type my name into YouTube, and I'm live streaming to that YouTube channel, and I also have tons of free video lessons and content, a bunch of content. So if you're not subscribed at YouTube, I definitely recommend subscribing over there. Please recommend dry clay, an air dry clay, I think is the question. I can't recommend one just because I haven't experimented enough with air dry clay, with drying clays to be able to make a recommendation, but you might just try the ones that you have available that are the budget ones, and try out a small amount first. And then if you like it, you can get more. I've seen some at Walmart, but I just haven't tried it out because I've heard that it cracks, and I don't I don't like that, though. Maybe some of the higher quality ones don't. There's not as much of an issue with it cracking, so I'm not positive about that. Let's see. I'm gonna lower this. I study sculpture, so I'm very interested in this field. Yeah, if you're interested in sculpting, then I definitely recommend going to the link in my bio, and there's a free PDF, a free figure sculpting assignment checklist, and it has links to all of my free lessons for the Figure Sculpting Fundamentals course. So you can watch all of the free lessons. It also has the links to the premium lessons if you get the full Figure Sculpting Fundamentals course. But if you just want to take advantage of the free content, that's why I made the assignment checklist, and it's a great resource for anybody that wants to get into sculpting. And there's, if you get that PDF, you'll see that I try to cover everything. So from building wire armatures to stands and proportions of the body, types of clay, types of tools, how to make your own tools. What else do we cover? I mean, just, the proportions, simplifying the figure, texturing, a little bit of mold making even. So if you want something that's just kind of a general overview of sculpting, then I definitely recommend checking out that free PDF. Do you use guitar string tools? I got some guitar string for making tools, for making some of the homemade tools, like this one is a homemade one. This one's just with paper clamp, like the ends of a paper clamp. So, but I did get some guitar strings to make my own tools, but never ended up actually making the tools with guitar string. Or maybe I made one, but I just didn't find it that helpful compared to the other tools. So I don't use guitar string tools very much. But I've seen people that do use them, and they work great. And being able to build your own tools is a great skill for any sculptor. Do you sculpt animals and other things? I pretty much stick to figurative unless there's like a commission. If somebody asked me to sculpt like their pet or something, I'd be willing to do that. But I'm just more interested in people than animals. I think people are more interesting, more beautiful, and more inspiring to me as an artist than animals. But there's many great artists that do focus on on animals and or landscapes or all kinds of things. So there's a niche for everything, but I just find people to be the most interesting, so I kind of stick to people. I have difficulty understanding you, but I think you mean you have a special course or a course on YouTube. Yes, so there's if you go to the link in my bio on Instagram, or the links in the description if you're on YouTube, there's a free PDF, the figure sculpting assignment checklist, and you can download that, and that has links to all of the free lessons from my courses. So it's a free resource. And then, the full course is on Proco. So somebody's mentioned that I have a Proco course. Yeah, but the Proco course has a bunch of free lessons. So that's what the figure assignment PDF is, has links to all of the free lessons and the premium lessons. So, yeah, I have a YouTube channel. Yeah, somebody said he has a YouTube channel, very informative. He has a course on Proco. Yep. which clay are you using in this sculpture? This is Chavant NSP clay. It's a non-drying oil and wax-based clay that's for mold making or for reusing. So that's why I like this one. Onyx Loves on YouTube says hi. Hello. Welcome to another sculpting session. And here we are, once again, trying to make something. Well, this portrait is not it's not looking that great up to this point. It's kind of presenting some challenges, but the portrait's always difficult, so it takes a little bit to get it looking good. Let's move the ears down a little bit. Okay, I understand. I'm sorry if I asked too many questions. Oh, no problem. No, it helps when people ask questions, and yeah, I try to clarify as much as I can. So if you have questions, please feel free to ask those about sculpture, about life, about anything. I'll talk about anything. Amazing, sir. Somebody saying, amazing, sir. Keep going. Due to my BFA courses, I'm missing your classes. Oh yeah, well, got to get that BFA. Yeah, I got a BFA in sculpting. So that's what I chose to do. I don't know if I'd recommend it, honestly, but I did do that. So he's saying he's very humble and cute. He has a lot of patience. Okay, calm down. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, try to. I mean, sculpting is something that requires patience, or requires just steady practice if you're going to get good at it. But really, any artistic skill is going to require patience. And as far as humility, I'm not that humble. So how could you? How could I start from the beginning? Yeah, I just recommend starting with the PDF and then going through doing the assignments. Like, watch the video lesson, then do the assignment for that video lesson, and then move on to the next one. And just keep going. I mean, there's no way to start except to start, but that assignment checklist is a great place to start, because then you can, see your progress as you do those assignments, and you can even submit work by creating a free account over at Proko.com, and that'll help you improve and basically be able to document your process as you're going. Do you feel threatened by AI? I've seen some artists who feel a little bit threatened by AI. I don't know. I'm kind of traditional, and I think AI is just gonna like emphasize the importance of man-made, like, artisans, because there's gonna be a perceived, well, there is a greater value to something that was created by hand from a living, breathing human being rather than through a computer program and computational, system. I think people will be able to recognize the value of that, so I'm not too worried about it. And so I wouldn't say that I worry too much about AI, like taking my job or anything. It's just, hopefully it ends up just being a tool to help us artists and others be more efficient, learn faster, create things that are more beautiful and more worthwhile. Obviously, it'll be used for other things, and hopefully not bad things, because with any tool, it gives you a lot of leverage, which means that if you're promoting something or creating something that's bad and you use a tool to do that better, then you're going to be able to to spread that badness more efficiently, which is not a good thing. So hopefully AI will be used for good, is what I'm hoping. I remember in the past live you said your grandmother was an artist. What type of art did she do? So yeah, well, she took a test, like an art test where she did like drawing, I think, and she got like one of the highest scores that anybody had gotten on that test. And so she was interested in drawing and painting, but then she let it slip, or she let her life slip by without investing in being an artist and setting aside that time and discipline to do it. She just let things get in the way. So she never reached her potential as an artist, and she always expressed regret, or she expresses regret about not pursuing that. So I tell it as kind of a cautionary tale that don't let your life, if you're creative and you feel like that's part of who you want to be as a creative artist, then don't let your life slip by without setting aside that time to be creative and do things that you find worthwhile. Is this plasticine? Yeah, this is Siobhan NSP, which is a non-sulfurated plasticine. Means there's no sulfur in it. From which college did you complete your fine arts? It was Utah State University. It was a state university, and I studied sculpture, mostly stone sculpture that was abstract. So most of the realistic stuff I learned on my own. Do you have a picture that you can use to create the details, or is it just a figment of your imagination? So I had a picture that started this pose. So it started as from a photo reference. I think the photo reference was like this, but the hands were a little bit different. And so it was a single photo. And then I found another photo of the model doing a similar pose from a little bit different angle, like this angle right here. And so that's basically the only references that I've used. And now I'm just inventing from imagination. So it was inspired by a photo, but then you have to make up a lot when you're using a single reference anyway. So now I'm just making it up. Although it's not complete, I think it's very beautiful. You're creative. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Let's see, make sure. It's the best, says somebody. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see. So I'm trying to develop the features. It's a little bit difficult when you're working this small, and the angle's a little bit weird. But I want to create a face that's attractive, that looks good, and that takes some time and development. I want to learn stone carving. Yeah, I'd like to do a course on stone carving, showing people how to carve stone. I might be able to do that this year. We'll see if I get to it. But doing a little, either a course or maybe just a master demo on stone carving, I think could be really fun. I do have a video on that on my YouTube channel, so you can see the process for my more abstract sculptures. But I imagine that most people that are interested in stone carving, you want to understand how to do it more in a more realistic style. So but I need to work on learning a little bit more and practicing a little bit more before I can teach that. Sir, do you sketch out before sculpting any piece? I did do that with the little bodybuilder sculpture. This one, over here. I did I started this sculpture, and then I did a sketch afterwards of the photo reference, because I only had a single reference, and so I only had a single view of the figure, and I drew that view to kind of learn as much as I could from that single reference, and then I continued and worked on developing this little sculpture. It was a fun study. I like doing those studies using a single reference, because then it kind of lets you know what you don't know. It kind of shows your weaknesses, because if you don't understand what's happening with some of the muscles or joints, that becomes very apparent when you try to invent it. How long does it take to become good at sculpture? Probably just your entire life. That's what I would say. It takes a long time to be good at anything. But I'm still trying to get better. It's it's like how long does it take to stay in shape or to be in shape? It's like, well, maybe it takes a couple months or a year to get in shape, but then staying in shape is a constant pursuit. So it's not like you can, with your physical body, it's not like you can get in shape once and then never exercise again and then start eating terribly and stay in shape. It's like a constant pursuit. So I'd say the same thing is true of sculpting or becoming truly great at any artistic endeavor. It's like a constant pursuit. It's not a destination. It's not a finish line that you can cross, though there are finish lines along the way. There's like you finish a piece that's great or that's well done, and then you move on to the next one. But I'd say being a great artist is more of a pursuit rather than something that where you reach it and then you're just a great artist. It's like it's like exercising. It's like staying in shape physically. It's a discipline. Where do you get stone from? So I have purchased some stone from, if you can go directly to a quarry, that's ideal. So if there's like a marble quarry or some type of quarry in your area or within 100 miles that you could drive to and pick up stone directly from the quarry, that's where it's going to be the cheapest. But there are there's 2sculpt.com if you're in the United States, the number 2 sculpt and then the number 2 sculpt. And that's a good website for sculpting tools and also sculpting materials that you can order. But shipping, is so expensive with stone. And that resource, I think he's in Kansas. So if you can go pick up the stone, that's what I did when I ordered some. And I still need to sculpt those pieces that I got. But and then some of the stone, like the black Utah marble that I've used quite a bit, I got from Utah. I just picked it up really off the side of the road because there's a quarry where you can purchase it, but it was just like a mountain, and so where they carved out the side of the road, there's just little boulders that fall that are this black Utah marble that's actually really nice to work with. But black stone is not ideal for, I'd say it's probably not ideal for realistic carvings using chisels, just because it's kind of flaky, and the dark stone doesn't always play well with realistic textures, because there's like some like veins that run through it that are white, so it's black stone with white lightning like veins that run through it. So some of the stone, if you do some research, you can find in your area if there's good limestone. It's a limestone. The black Utah marble is technically a limestone, but or if there's quarries that have limestone. Sandstone is not really recommended, so you do want to find a good type of stone that's going to be good for sculpting, that won't ruin your tools or be too toxic to work with. But 2sculpt.com is a great resource. And I've gotten some stone from there. Not a lot, though. I prefer getting it directly from the quarry if I can, just because it's cheaper. That's the cheapest place you can get it. Most of the cost of stone is transportation, so if you can find a location where you can get a decent type of limestone or marble from a quarry nearby, that's going to be the best way to go about it. They might even just let you grab a piece of stone that's broken off, like a 50 to 100 pound boulder or something, and let you experiment with it. Which clay is best for sculpture? Well, it depends on what you're doing. If you want a clay that's reusable, that's for mold making, I really like this clay, which is Chavant NSP Medium. It's just a clay that I really like. But if you're interested in a clay, like a natural clay that you can fire in a kiln, then you'll have to do research on the best options for that. I don't do that very much, so I'm not super familiar with the types of clay, and usually you want to get something local or something that's not too far away, and then it becomes more cost effective. But they have different sources for natural clay all over the world, so finding a good natural clay could be good for that if you have access to a kiln. If you want something that, like the clay, can become the permanent sculpture, then you might like a polymer clay, and I just use like the cheapest granite gray polymer clay that I can find at Hobby Lobby or Walmart, and that has worked pretty well for me. And those can be painted, and you can get those to look pretty good if you take the time to paint and touch them up. I think you can use acrylic paints with those. But then there's also epoxy clay, which I want to try. I haven't tried a lot. And that one can also be turned into the finished sculpture, and it's got a pretty hard finish, and it's a good type of clay, I've heard, but I haven't used it, so I need to experiment more before I can say a specific brand or anything. But it depends on what you want out of your clay. What clay are you using now? This is Chavant NSP Medium clay. Black limestone would look beautiful as a sculpture, in my opinion. Yeah, I really like it. I really like the sculptures, but I've done a lot of the sculptures I've done in that black stone are abstract. I think abstract sculptures look really good, especially once it's polished, because then you really get to see the beautiful designs in the stone. Maybe I'll do a video sharing some of those finished sculptures that I have, and I do have some other blocks of that black limestone, but I haven't tried anything too realistic with it. But maybe I will soon at some point. I do want to get more into realistic sculpting in stone, so I need to do that. Can you play an instrument? Somebody's asking. I took violin when I was like 10. I studied violin for a couple of years. I think like 9 and 10 or something. And I could play a couple songs, but I was never able to like read music. I struggled. I was dyslexic, so I really struggled reading. Though now it seems like I'm not anymore. So I don't know what happened to that dyslexia. Well, my grandma says that she did some therapy sessions when I was younger. I don't remember, but that helped with that dyslexia. But I had trouble reading, and I had trouble reading music. But I could play by ear. I could kind of hear the tunes. So I did practice for a little bit, but I've since lost that skill. So I could not, if I tried to play the violin, it would take a lot. I basically have to learn it anew. But I did play the violin for a little bit. And I still like hearing and seeing talented violinists. But I'm not that good at it now. Whoa, that's cool, somebody says. Yeah, well, it would be cool if I could actually play. I'm not maybe I should get a violin, because I don't even have one. Maybe I should get one and try to learn again. So the face is slowly coming together. I mean, it's a little bit better than it was. And it's just, at this point, when you're just making it up, you just want to make it look like a face that somebody could have, not necessarily the specific person or anything, just so it doesn't feel unnatural. That's basically all I'm going for. I'm trying to remember where the forms are. I'm trying to think about the bone structure in the face and the proportions, getting all of that right, so that it feels right. Feels like a face that somebody could have. And then I want to try to keep it soft and feminine. So I'm trying to not lose that feminine feel with the face. Maybe that's why you like classical music. Yeah, I do. I do like some classical music, the violin. That's also something my grandpa would listen to all the time, was classical music. And my great grandpa on my dad's side was actually a violin maker. So he made violins, Keith violins, and they're somewhat rare now to find them, and kind of expensive, but they're a cool thing. And when I was at the sculpture show, the Sculpture in the Park, there was an artist in the same tent as me, just a few booths over, who would take dead wood and combine it with violins, used violins, and do these elaborate sculptures that were really interesting. And yeah, he did pretty well. I think he sold almost everything that he brought, which is pretty incredible. And he had really fun sculptures. And he would go, and they would live in a sailboat, and he would sail around and find these scraps of driftwood and then turn it into the sculpture. So there was kind of a story behind it that was interesting, that was just part of his life, his journey as an artist. And he was one of the, well, I think one of the most successful artists at the show. I'm not sure about that, but I mean, I think he sold almost everything that he brought, which is pretty impressive. And they were all, unique, one-of-a-kind sculptures. And yeah, that's what that reminds me of. But a bunch of violins and driftwood. Really cool, fun concept. trying to make sure that I'm in frame. That's something that I often lose track of, or things move around in a way that's not good for recording. It'd be nice to have somebody that was like, you know, a intern or something someone that could focus on the recording aspect of it. Maybe when I get my own studio, I'll be able to, or when I finish the barn studio, be able to get some assistance. Though I don't know. So do you like Bernini's sculpture? Yeah, Bernini's one of my favorite sculptors as far as style goes. I think if I could sculpt like anyone in history, I would probably pick Bernini. I don't know if he was a decent person. I've heard that that he had his issues, but as far as the talent and the skill that went into his treatment of the figure, it was pretty amazing, pretty incredible. Bernini was very talented. I really like his David, the expression in the face of Bernini's David. I think it's more impressive than Michelangelo's David. But I had a disagreement with another artist current artist that I really admire, Joseph Bricky. He really likes Michelangelo, and I was saying that I liked Bernini. Anyway, that was interesting. Interesting exchange. But yeah, Bernini's style is incredible. But Michelangelo, I think, kind of made Bernini possible and kind of paved the way for artists that followed. So maybe Bernini wouldn't have been as good as he was if not for artists like Michelangelo. I think that's the point that Joseph Bricky was trying to make. Maybe. Or maybe I misunderstood. Do you know the sculptor Simone Lee? It sounds familiar. Or Simon Lee. It might be Simon instead of Simone. Maybe. I'd have to see like the work. I probably recognize the work. I'm pretty terrible with names, so I mean there's a few sculptors that I recognize their names and know them. But it sounds familiar, so it's probably an artist that I follow, but I just have a hard time associating the names with the works automatically. I have to look it up. But I'm pretty sure I'm familiar because that name sounds familiar. She's starting to look good. I love that we can see it in real time and see how long it takes. Yeah, it takes a while. But I've done these during live streams, so there's the whole process available for you guys. Though I don't like how much YouTube compresses the live streams. They're not super detailed when it comes to the like how well you can see the details. Like it says it's 1080p, but it looks less to me. At least when I watch them back, I don't know. But yeah, it does take a while. Sculpting, like any great work of art, it takes time. I'm just pushing things around, working on the texture now. Which sculptors are your inspiration? Yeah, I like Bernini. I mean, a lot of draftsmen inspire me, so So George Bridgman, his work, his way of treating the figure two-dimensionally, I think translates really well to sculpting, and so a lot of my abstract stone sculptures are inspired by George Bridgman's sketches, drawings. But then, modern sculptors, I gotta mention, like Leroy Transfield is a sculptor I really admire today. He's a figurative artist. He's done some of the competitions, and he's basically won every sculpting competition that he's been a part of, that at least that I've been like competing against him, just because he has such an eye, and he's really disciplined himself, and he's been able to hire models for years to be able to work directly from a model, and it really shows through in his work that he just can quickly and accurately put clay in space in a way that feels right, and it feels interesting, and so he's just one of the most talented living sculptors today, I think. I also really like the work of Sabin Howard, I believe it is, and he's doing a monument, a World War II monument, and I love looking at the faces and the details of the hands and of these life-size figures that he's worked on that are just so impressive. So I'm inspired by that. I also really like, let's see, there's Eric Arneson, who has a YouTube channel that I really like. He teaches at the Florence Academy of Art. I like their stuff. And there's, let's see, what is this? Eric Arneson. Let's see, who's the other one? Rick Caselli. Rick Caselli's another artist, and he does workshops. I'd love to take one of his workshops at some point, because he's another sculptor that he was in the first competition that we did as back when Figure Sculptors United was Intermountain Figure Sculpture group with competitions with professional sculptors, and he was one of the competitors, but I realized that he was one of the first YouTube videos that I actually watched. He did a video on sculpting the mouth that I found to be really helpful, and so I didn't even realize, but he's one of the artists that have inspired me from the beginning of my sculpting journey. And so those are some of the names that come to mind, but there are many others. Jason Millward is a sculptor who took the time. We studied sculpture together. He was getting his master's degree. I was getting my BFA at Utah State University, and he took the time to show me his method for building wire armatures, which is what I teach on the Proco channel. So Jason Millward is to thank for that method that I really like for making wire armatures. And then the book, Modeling and Sculpting the Human Figure by Edward Lanterry. That's probably the book that I've used the most when it comes to sculpting technique and teaching. A lot of the stuff that I teach is based off of the principles in that book, so that's also a great resource. A sculptor that's inspired me. His sculptures are very inspirational. Do you take apprentices? Yeah, I probably will once I'm able to get out of the house. So right now I'm working on the studio, the outdoor studio space that's in our yard, but separate from the house. And I'd like to eventually be able to do workshops and also, take apprentices and or people that want to learn sculpting or come and work with me directly. That's something that I'd like to do, but I don't want to do that until it's out of the house, because I want to have a separate space for it. But that is something that I'd be interested in doing, as well as those in-person workshops. So taking on apprentices or like intern type situations, because that's what I recommend for students. Like, if you can go and study with a specific person, then that can be really beneficial. So that is something that I'd like to open up maybe starting this year, because the plan is to finish that sculpture studio, get it ready. But right now it's too cold to do anything in it. It's not insulated, and yeah, I still need to finish that. But I am interested in doing that. I think that would be a fun thing. And how much percent would you or how much percent would you give talent and how much hard work when it comes to becoming a good sculptor? Please be honest. I'd say the like talent, like, I don't know if I believe in, well, I guess there are some people that are talented, and maybe I was naturally gifted more than the average. But I'd say a lot of what sculpting is just technique. It's just like training yourself in a craft, and that can be done by basically anyone. So if you're interested in learning the craft and you're willing to invest the time and energy and hard work to do it, then I think that's way more important than the skill. So I'd say, like, talent is maybe like 10% of the equation, and then interest, just being interested in the topic, that's like, well, what would we say? That's like 30%. So what are we at? 40% there? And then I'd say 60% is just hard work and just like working on it and practicing and sculpting over and over again for hours and hours and trying to build up that skill. But the interest, like just wanting to be good at sculpting, is also a big part of the equation. Like if you're not 100% committed to become great, you won't become great at anything you pursue, because it's difficult to become great. And so you really have to have that greatness as a goal, and mastery as a goal, if it's something that you want to achieve. Okay, let's see. How long have we been going? Alright, I think, well, yeah, it's coming along. Yeah, if you guys are, again, if you're interested in sculpting, I definitely recommend checking out the free resources that I've made available. There's a free PDF that's an assignment checklist for the Figure Sculpting Fundamentals course, and it has links to all of the free lessons. And you can find that in the video description if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on Instagram, you can find it in the link in my bio. Just go down to PDF, the Figure Sculpting PDF. And it's free. You can download it. You can like watch the free video lessons and then do those assignments and submit images of them. And if you do that, and if you're consistent about it, then you can really improve. You can really get better. And so I encourage you to do that if you're interested in mastering sculpture. And then if you like the free content, then consider getting the full courses, the premium courses. I worked really hard on those, and I think they're the best. They're the best courses out there. That's what I've tried to make, is the best course on figure sculpting that had all the information that I wish I knew. And so if you're interested, I encourage you to check out those resources. There's also a PDF for the portrait sculpting course. If you're more interested in the portrait specifically, that's a great resource. And there's a hand sculpting course to help you master one of the most difficult areas of the body, the hand. So I encourage you to check out all of those resources. They're Well, there's something that I've worked really hard on, and I want to help people become good at sculpting. That's my goal. So if you can use those resources, even if it's just the free resources, then that's a great thing to do. Somebody's asking, is the muscle figure made of wax? Yeah, it's microcrystalline wax. It's a soft wax, soft sticky wax that's good for sculpting by hand. It's a great for that. Please do a video on wax sculpting on the weekend, please, sir. Yeah, maybe I could do another one of these gesture studies. I like these figure studies using brown microcrystalline wax. It's a soft wax, but it works great. It's not great for tooling, like the tools stick to it too much, but if you're just working by hand, then it's great for that. It doesn't stick to your hands, so it's good for that. If you don't mind the texture of your fingerprints all over the sculpture, then it's great for that. Let's see, I'm gonna stick this here so you guys can see the final. Whoops, it's falling off. Or not the final, but where we're at right now. Still a work in progress. Let me zoom out. So yeah, maybe the next sculpture that I do will be using that microcrystalline wax, which can be fun. I think I got 10 pounds of it for like $60, but it might be more expensive now. Everything's more expensive, it seems. That was a while ago. How many languages can you speak? I just speak English and Spanish, so just two. So just two languages.